Story 1. My husband told my mother-in-law in Korean that he got my best friend pregnant, but they didn't know I was fluent. I never thought my drama obsession would destroy my marriage. Or maybe it saved me. I'm still not sure which. It started innocuously enough. I was homesick from work, scrolling through streaming services. When I landed on this Korean drama about a prosecutor and a defense attorney, I told myself I'd watch one episode. 6 hours later, I'd finished half the season. I was hooked. For 2 years, I kept it secret. It felt embarrassing somehow, like a guilty pleasure I couldn't explain. My husband Jake would come home to find me watching documentaries or cooking shows, never knowing I'd been binge-watching romantic dramas from Seoul. I learned Korean through subtitles first, then found myself picking up phrases, understanding conversations. Eventually, I started taking online classes late at night when Jake was asleep, practicing pronunciation with headphones on. I never told anyone. Not Jake, not my best friend, not even my sister. It was my private world, my escape from the monotony of corporate law and the subtle disappointments of a 7-year marriage that had become more routine than romance. Then his parents visited from Seattle for the weekend. Jake's mother had never quite warmed to me, though she maintained a polite facade. His father was kinder, quieter. We just finished dinner and I was clearing plates when I heard them switch to Korean in the living room, speaking in that easy way people do when they think they're in a safe space. "So, you finally got what you wanted?" his mother asked. Her voice had that particular tone mothers use when they're worried, but trying not to show it. Jake's response made my hands stop moving. "Yes, she's 8 weeks along now." The plate I was holding nearly slipped. I gripped it tighter, forcing myself to keep loading the dishwasher. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. "And Vera suspects nothing?" his mother pressed. "Nothing. She has no idea." His father's voice was troubled. "This situation with her friend. It's delicate." "I have it under control," Jake said with the confidence of someone who thought he'd covered every angle. "She'll never find out." I closed the dishwasher as quietly as I could, though the rushing sound in my ears made everything feel distant and muffled. My reflection in the kitchen window stared back at me, pale and strange. I recognized the words, understood the implications, but my brain felt like it was moving through fog. 8 weeks. Her friend. Never find out. I walked back into the living room with a smile I'd practiced 1,000 times in courtroom depositions. "Anyone want coffee?" Jake looked up, completely relaxed. "That'd be great, babe." His mother's eyes met mine for just a second, searching for any sign that I'd understood. I kept my expression pleasant. Blank. She nodded slowly and turned back to her son. I made coffee with hands that somehow didn't shake. Served it with a steady smile. Made small talk about their flight, about Jake's father's golf game, about nothing at all that mattered. When they left the next morning, I hugged his mother and thanked her for visiting. And she held on just a fraction longer than necessary, as if trying to decide whether to say something. After they drove away, Jake pulled me into his arms. "That went well. They really love you, you know?" "I know," I said softly, already planning my next move. The decision crystallized in that moment. I wouldn't confront him. Not yet. Not until I knew everything. Not until I had proof, documentation, leverage. 7 years of marriage had taught me that Jake was careful, methodical. Whatever he was hiding, he'd hidden it well. But he'd made one critical mistake. He'd assumed I was still the woman he married, the one who smiled and nodded through his parents' Korean conversations, oblivious and content. That woman was gone, and he had no idea. 3 weeks passed. 3 weeks of watching Jake like I'd never really looked at him before. The way he checked his phone, constantly angling the screen away from me. How he'd started going to the gym at odd hours. The new cologne I pretended not to notice. I documented everything in a password-protected folder on my laptop. Times, dates, observations. My legal training kicked in automatically. Build the case, gather evidence, stay calm. Then she showed up at my door on a Tuesday evening. My best friend since college, the one who'd been my maid of honor, who knew me better than anyone. She looked terrible, her eyes red and puffy, mascara smudged. "Can I come in?" Her voice cracked. Of course. I pulled her inside, my stomach already churning. Some part of me knew. I'd known since that conversation in Korean, but I'd been hoping I was wrong. We sat on the couch, the same couch where Jake's parents had sat 3 weeks earlier. She twisted a tissue in her hands, starting to cry before she'd said a word. I don't know how to tell you this, she whispered. I waited. The lawyer in me knew when to stay silent. I'm pregnant. My face must have shown the right amount of shock because she kept talking, the words tumbling out between sobs. 8 weeks along, completely unexpected. She wasn't ready for this. Didn't know what to do. Who's the father? I asked, keeping my voice gentle, supportive. Inside, I felt like I was watching myself from somewhere far away. She looked down. It's complicated. Does he know? Yes, but she shook her head. I can't tell you who it is. I'm sorry. It's too messy. I'm going to do this alone. I reached over and took her hand, even though touching her made my skin crawl. You don't have to go through this alone. I'm here for you. The gratitude in her eyes was genuine. So were the tears. But there was something else there, too. Something I'd never seen before. Guilt, yes, but also a strange sort of triumph. Like she'd won something she'd been competing for without me knowing there was even a game. Thank you, she whispered. I was so scared to tell you. I don't know what I thought. We sat there for another hour. She told me about the morning sickness, the fear, the plans to move forward as a single mother. I played my part perfectly, offering support, asking questions, never once revealing that I'd already connected every single dot. 8 weeks. The exact time frame Jake had mentioned, her refusal to name the father, the way she kept glancing at our wedding photo on the mantel, something unreadable crossing her face each time. After she left, I stood at the window watching her drive away. The fall evening was getting dark, leaves scattered across our yard. Everything looked normal from the outside. Our nice house in the suburbs, 2 cars in the driveway, neighbors walking their dogs. But normal was a lie I'd been living for years. I realized I'd convinced myself that routine meant stability, that comfort meant happiness, that a marriage could coast on autopilot forever without anyone noticing it had flatlined. Jake came home an hour later carrying takeout Chinese food. Hey babe, thought we could have a quiet night in. Perfect. I smiled at him. Actually, I have news. My best friend stopped by earlier. His expression didn't change, but I saw his shoulders tense just slightly. Oh yeah, how is she? She's pregnant. Can you believe it? I watched his face carefully. 8 weeks along. She won't say who the father is, though. Says it's complicated. Wow. He set the food down on the counter. How are you feeling about it? Shocked, obviously, but happy for her. I moved closer to him. I told her we'd support her however we can. I hope that's okay. Of course. He pulled me into a hug. Over his shoulder, I could see his reflection in the kitchen window. His eyes were closed and his jaw was tight. You're such a good person, Vera, he murmured into my hair. Always taking care of everyone. I learned from the best, I said, and felt him relax against me. That night, lying in bed beside him, I stared at the ceiling while he slept, or pretended to sleep. I could no longer tell the difference. The man I'd promised forever to was a stranger. The friend I'd trusted with my secrets had betrayed me in the deepest way possible. But they'd also given me something. Clarity, purpose, the cold, sharp focus I used in the courtroom when I knew I had the winning case. I just had to be patient enough to present it. The next 6 weeks, I became someone I didn't recognize. Or maybe I became exactly who I needed to be. The line blurred. I threw myself into the role of supportive friend with an intensity that should have been suspicious if either of them had been paying attention. I offered to go to prenatal appointments with my best friend, helped her research strollers and cribs, sent her articles about pregnancy nutrition. Every text message, every concerned phone call was calculated to make her trust me, to make her believe I had no idea. You're being so amazing about this, she said one afternoon as we sat in her obstetrician's waiting room. She was 12 weeks along now, just starting to show. I was worried you'd judge me for doing this alone. Why would I judge you? I squeezed her hand. You're one of the strongest people I know. She looked away and I saw tears forming. Sometimes I wonder if I'm making a huge mistake. If I should just tell him he needs to be involved. The father. I kept my voice neutral. Do you want that? I don't know what I want anymore. She wiped her eyes. He says he wants to be there. He says things will be different soon. That he'll figure it out. My heart rate spiked, but my expression stayed sympathetic. Different how? She caught herself. Nothing. Forget it. I'm just emotional. At home, I was the perfect wife. I cooked Jake's favorite meals, suggested weekend getaways, initiated intimacy. It made me sick, but I needed him comfortable, confident that everything was fine, that I was still the oblivious wife who loved him without question. He ate it up, literally. 3 nights a week, I made dinner from scratch and he'd compliment me, kiss my cheek, tell me how lucky he was. Sometimes I'd catch him checking his phone during these domestic scenes, typing something quickly, then looking back at me with that easy smile. Work stuff, I'd ask innocently. Just putting out fires, he'd say, pocketing the phone. 2 weeks after my friend's doctor's appointment, we had dinner with Jake's parents again. They drove down from Seattle, and we met at a Korean restaurant downtown. I'd suggested it, watching Jake's face when I did. He'd hesitated for just a second before agreeing. The evening was a masterclass in what I'd learned over the past 2 months. While Jake and his parents spoke in Korean, discussing the menu and commenting on the restaurant, I pretended to study my phone, but I heard every word. She doesn't suspect? His mother asked in Korean, her voice low. Nothing, Jake replied in the same language. She's been amazing, actually, supportive of the situation without even knowing it. His father sounded concerned. This can't continue forever. Someone will find out. I know. I'm working on it. Just need a few more months to figure out the logistics. And what about Vera? His mother's tone was sharp now. She's been nothing but good to you. I know, Mom. I know. Jake sounded tired. It's complicated. I looked up from my phone with a bright smile. Should we get the bulgogi? I've heard it's amazing here. Jake's mother looked at me with something like pity or maybe guilt. Couldn't quite tell. That sounds perfect, she said in English. Later that night, I downloaded a monitoring app onto Jake's phone while he was in the shower. It wasn't legal exactly, but I'd found a gray area. The app would clone his messages to a cloud account I could access. It would take a few days to start populating data, but I could wait. I'd become very good at waiting. The next weekend, I suggested we visit my friend, bring her dinner and baby gifts. Jake agreed immediately, too enthusiastically. We showed up with takeout and a bag of maternity clothes I'd bought. You guys are too much, she said. But she was smiling, looking at Jake just a little too long, looking at me with that combination of gratitude and guilt that I'd learned to recognize. We sat in her living room and I watched them try so hard not to watch each other. The way their eyes met when they thought I wasn't looking. How he touched her arm when he handed her a glass of water, just a second too long. How she blushed and turned away. This is nice, I said, smiling at both of them. The 3 of us together, like old times. The irony hung in the air, invisible to them, perfectly clear to me. That night, driving home, Jake reached over and took my hand. Thanks for being so good to her. I know this situation is strange. She's my best friend, I said simply. Of course I'd help her. Still, not everyone would be so understanding about their friend having a baby as a single mom. I looked out the window at the passing streetlights. Everyone deserves support, no matter what choices they make. He squeezed my hand, and I let him, counting down the days until I had everything I needed. The monitoring app started feeding me data within 48 hours. I'd access it at work, locked in my office with the door closed, scrolling through messages that confirmed everything. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. She's working late. I hate lying to her. When can we stop pretending? The baby kicked today. Wish you could have felt it. Each message was a small death, but I saved every single one. Screenshots automatically uploaded to a secure cloud account. Evidence, protection, but I needed more than messages. I needed proof that would hold up anywhere. So, I hired a private investigator using money from an account Jake didn't know about. I'd opened it 3 years ago, something that had seemed paranoid at the time, but now felt like prophecy. The investigator's name was Quinn. She was in her 50s, professional, discreet. We met at a coffee shop 2 towns over. "How long has this been going on?" she asked, taking notes. "At least 3 months that I know of. Probably longer." "What do you need from me?" "Everything. Documentation, photos, timeline. I'm a lawyer. I know what will matter in court." She nodded. "This isn't my first divorce case. I'll be thorough. She's pregnant. The baby is his. Do you want me to document that connection?" "Yes, but carefully. I don't want either of them to know they're being watched yet." "They won't." Over the next month, Quinn sent me regular updates. Photos of Jake's car outside my friend's apartment at odd hours. Credit card receipts from hotels. A timeline that stretched back 8 months, not 3. They'd been careful, but not careful enough. The most damaging evidence came from the messages I was collecting, including deleted conversations they thought were safe. "I love you. I've loved you since college. I should have married you instead. Once I've told her, we can finally be together. What about the house? My lawyer says it'll be split, but I'm okay with that. You're worth it." I read that last message 3 times, sitting in my car in the office parking garage. My lawyer, he'd already started planning his exit, his new life. While I'd been making him dinner, he'd been strategizing how to leave me. The anger was a living thing inside me, but I channeled it into action. I opened a separate bank account at a different institution, started transferring money in small amounts that wouldn't trigger alerts. Not stealing, just protecting what was mine. I removed my grandmother's jewelry from our safe deposit box along with important documents, stored them in a safe deposit box at another bank, one in my name only. I made copies of tax returns, investment statements, property deeds, everything that showed what we owned together, what I was entitled to. "You're better at this than most of my clients," Quinn said during one of our meetings. "Most people are too emotional to think strategically." "I'm emotional," I admitted. "I'm just good at waiting to fall apart." At home, the charade continued. Jake had started dropping hints about changes coming, about maybe wanting to move somewhere new, start fresh. "What brought this on?" I asked one evening as we sat on the couch. "Just thinking about life, about what we want. If this is really it for us." The words hung there, and I could see him working up to something, testing the waters. "Are you happy, Vera?" he asked quietly. It was the first honest question he'd asked me in months. I thought about lying, maintaining the illusion, but something in me couldn't quite manage it. "I thought I was," I said carefully. "But lately, I've been wondering if happy is the same as comfortable. If maybe I've been settling." He looked surprised, like he'd never considered that I might have doubts, too. "Have you thought about what you'd want if things were different?" "Freedom," I said, and meant it. "I think I'd want to feel free again." He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I get that." We sat in silence for a while, and I realized this was the most honest conversation we'd had in years. Both of us circling around the truth, neither brave enough to say it directly. But I didn't need him to be brave. I just needed him to stay complacent while I finished building my case. That night, after he fell asleep, I logged into the cloud account and reviewed everything. Messages, photos, financial records, timeline documentation. Quinn's reports were meticulous. The case practically built itself, but I wasn't ready yet. There was still one more piece I needed. One final, undeniable proof that would end any argument about whose baby she was carrying. And I was getting close to figuring out how to get it. She was 18 weeks along when she decided to have a baby shower early. She wanted to celebrate before she got too uncomfortable. I offered to help plan everything. "You don't have to do all this," she said as we addressed invitations at her apartment. "I want to," I assured her. She smiled, one hand on her bump. "I keep thinking he'll want to be here, that he'll change his mind about staying hidden." "Would you want that?" "I don't know anymore. Sometimes I think about just telling everyone. But it's too complicated. Too many people would get hurt." The shower was at a restaurant with a private room. 20 women showed up, friends and family. all cooing over baby clothes and tiny shoes. I'd chosen my outfit carefully. A blue dress Jake once said brought out my eyes. I wanted to look good. Jake stopped by, supposedly just to drop off a gift. But his timing was perfect, right when he texted me saying he had a client meeting. Another lie. I won't stay long, he said, handing my friend a wrapped box. You didn't have to get me anything, she said. But her eyes were bright. Of course I did. Your family. I watched them from across the room. His hand lingered on her shoulder. Her fingers brushed his as she took the gift. The way they looked at each other when they thought no one was watching. But I was always watching now. Jake's mother arrived 20 minutes later. I hadn't known she was invited. In Korean, she asked my friend, "How are you really feeling?" "Scared." My friend replied in Korean. She spoke it too. Another secret. "Happy. Is that wrong?" "No, dear. Though perhaps it should be." Jake's mother glanced at me. I took photos throughout the afternoon, but I made sure to capture other things, too. Jake's hand on my friend's lower back, the way they stood too close. His mother watching them with concern, then watching me with pity. When I suggested a group photo, I positioned myself next to Jake, smiled at the camera like everything was perfect, like I didn't notice how his body angled toward her. "Perfect," I said, checking the shot. Evidence documented. And dated. After Jake left, I helped clean up. My friend was tired, overwhelmed. "Thank you," she said. "You're the best friend anyone could ask for." The words should have hurt more, but I'd gone numb to that pain. "That's what friends do," I said. That night, I uploaded all the photos to my secure drive and emailed Quinn. "I need to obtain a DNA sample from my husband. Legally, what are my options?" She replied within an hour. "Get me something he's used and discarded. A cup from a coffee shop, something public, abandoned property. I'll handle the rest." Simple, legal, brilliant. The next evening, I suggested we go out for dinner. Jake agreed easily. We went to a restaurant downtown, ordered wine and pasta, had easy conversation like we used to. "This is nice," he said, reaching for my hand. "We should do this more often." "We should." I agreed, and I meant it. This was the last nice moment we'd probably ever have. I wanted to remember it. After dinner, as we waited for the valet, I excused myself to the restroom. On my way back, I quietly picked up Jake's water glass from our table, wrapping it in the napkin I brought. The waitress gave me a strange look, but I smiled and kept walking. In the car, I texted Quinn with one hand, the glass secured in my purse. "Got it." Her response came at the next red light. "Bring it to my office tomorrow morning early." Jake noticed me smiling at my phone. "Good news." "Just a work thing," I said. "But yes, very good news." He smiled back, oblivious. And I realized this was the moment, the last piece clicking into place. Soon I'd have everything I needed. Scientific proof, documented evidence, a timeline of betrayal. Soon I could stop pretending. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating, like standing at the edge of a cliff, knowing you have to jump, but not quite ready to let go. But I was getting there. Every day, every new piece of evidence brought me closer to the edge. And when I finally jumped, I was taking them both down with me. Quinn delivered the DNA sample to a reputable lab while I started consulting divorce attorneys. I met with 3 over 2 weeks. The third one got it. Her name was Blair. "You want this clean?" she said, reviewing my documentation. "Fast, fair, but definitive?" "Yes, I don't want a war. I just want what's mine and I want out." She nodded, flipping through Quinn's reports, the bank statements, the timeline. "With evidence like this, we can push for a favorable settlement. Infidelity matters in this state. How long? If he doesn't contest, 6 months minimum. If he fights, could be over a year." "He'll fight," I said. "Once he realizes I've known all along." Blair smiled. "Then we make sure our case is airtight." Over the next week, I systematically prepared. Opened another bank account for my income. Transferred my half of our joint savings. Not stealing, Blair assured me. Just protecting my assets. I removed more items from the house. Photo albums, my mother's china, Books I'd collected. Small things Jake wouldn't notice. I stored everything at my sister's. "Are you okay?" my sister asked. "You seem different." "I'm fine," I said. "Just making changes." She didn't look convinced, but she didn't push. I scheduled an appointment with a therapist Blair recommended, someone who specialized in trauma from infidelity. I needed to start processing this before it exploded. Needed a safe place to fall apart. The therapist was younger than I expected, maybe in her 40s, with kind eyes. "Tell me what brings you here." So I did. All of it. The Korean conversation, the pregnancy, the months of pretending, the evidence I'd gathered, the way I felt like I was fracturing but couldn't let anyone see. "How are you holding up?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Some days I'm fine, focused. Other days I can barely breathe. I look at him and I can't believe I ever loved him." "You couldn't have known." "Couldn't I? Were there signs I missed? Red flags I ignored?" "Maybe, but that doesn't make this your fault." We talked for an hour about betrayal, trust, the specific pain of being deceived by the people closest to you. She didn't offer easy solutions, just listened, helped me untangle the emotions I'd been suppressing. "What you're doing, the way you're handling this," she said as I left. "It's smart. You're protecting yourself. That matters." 10 days after I'd given Quinn the glass, the DNA results arrived. I was at work, door locked. My hands shook as I opened the attachment. Probability of paternity, 99.9%. I'd known, but knowing and having scientific proof were different things. This made it real. I forwarded the results to Blair and Quinn, then saved 3 copies in different secure locations. This was it. The final piece, the evidence that would end my marriage and destroy a 15-year friendship. That evening, I went home and cooked dinner like always. Jake came in, kissed my cheek, asked about my day. We ate pasta and talked about a movie we might see that weekend. Normal routine, a complete lie. After dinner, as I loaded the dishwasher, Jake came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. "I love you," he said quietly. He hadn't said those words in months. The timing felt significant. "I love you too," I said automatically, the words hollow. He held on for a moment, then let go. "I'm going to take a shower." When I heard the water running, I pulled out my phone and opened my secure folder. Everything was there. Messages, photos, financial records, DNA results, Quinn's report, complete documentation of betrayal. I had everything I needed. The only question was when to use it. Blair had suggested waiting until after the baby was born, making the confrontation less complicated, but I wasn't sure I could maintain the act that long. I was running out of pretend smiles, running out of energy it took to look at them and not scream. I texted Blair, "How much longer should I wait?" Her response came quickly, "Until you're ready, but not too long. You're carrying all this weight alone. It'll break you eventually." She was right. I could feel the cracks forming, spreading through me like ice fracturing under pressure. Soon something would give. I just had to make sure I controlled when and how it broke. 2 weeks later, I invited everyone to dinner at our house. Jake, my pregnant friend, his parents, and 2 other couples. A normal gathering. "This is nice," Jake said as we prepped. "We haven't done this in a while. I thought it would be good with the baby coming. Changes ahead." He looked at me strangely, trying to figure out if there was hidden meaning. There was, but he couldn't see it yet. Everyone arrived around 7. My friend looked beautiful despite her exhaustion. 6 months pregnant now. Jake's mother hugged me tightly, holding on too long. "You look tired," she said. "Just busy with work," I replied. In Korean, I added, "But I'm managing fine." Her eyes widened. I'd never spoken Korean to her before. I just smiled and moved to greet the other guests. During dinner, I steered conversation toward loyalty, honesty, trust. Not obviously, just gentle questions about what makes relationships work, how people handle betrayal. "I think honesty is everything," one friend said. "Once trust is broken, it's nearly impossible to rebuild." "But forgiveness requires truth," I said quietly. "You can't forgive what you don't know about." I felt Jake's eyes on me. Across the table, my friend shifted uncomfortably. After dinner, as everyone relaxed with wine, I suggested we watch something. There's this Korean drama I've been into lately. Anyone mind? Jake froze. Since when do you watch Korean dramas? Oh, for a couple years now. I find them fascinating. The language is beautiful. Jake's mother sat down her wine glass. In Korean, she said to Jake, "Did you know about this?" "No," he replied in Korean. "She never mentioned it." "Maybe she understands more than we think," his father said also in Korean. I kept my expression neutral, searching for the right show, but I could feel the tension radiating from them. "Here we go," I said, starting an episode. This one's about a woman who discovers her husband has been lying to her. The coincidence was too pointed. Jake knew it. His mother knew it. But they couldn't say anything without admitting why it hit so close to home. We watched for 20 minutes. The room was silent except for the dialogue. "How devastating," I said during a tense scene. "To discover that the people you trust most have been deceiving you." My friend stood up abruptly. "I'm not feeling well. I think I should go." "Oh no," I said. "Let me get Jake to drive you home." "I can drive myself." "You shouldn't. Not pregnant and not feeling well." "Jake, can you make sure she gets home safely?" I watched the panic in both their eyes. Being alone together right now with this new uncertainty was the last thing they wanted. "Of course," Jake said stiffly. After they left, I made coffee and dessert. Jake's mother approached me in the kitchen. "How long?" she asked in Korean. "How long what?" I replied in the same language. "How long have you known?" "Since the day you visited in September when Jake told you she was 8 weeks pregnant and that I'd never find out." Her face went white. "Vera, you tried to warn me. That hug when you left. Thank you for that. But you should have tried harder." "What are you going to do?" "What I should have done months ago." I picked up the dessert tray. "Excuse me." An hour later, everyone had left except Jake's parents. "We should talk," his father said. "Not yet. Soon. But not tonight." They left, his mother looking back at me with something like respect mixed with fear. Jake returned an hour later. I was in bed reading when he came in. "She okay?" "Yeah. Just tired." "Good." He got ready for bed in silence, then slid under the covers. "You speak Korean?" "Yes." "How long?" "Does it matter?" He didn't answer. We lay there in the dark and I knew he was calculating what I'd heard. What I knew, how much danger he was in. "That show," he said. "That wasn't a coincidence." "No, Vera. We should talk." "Not yet. But soon. Very soon." The next morning, Quinn sent me a photo. Jake's car outside my friend's apartment at 2 a.m. 3 hours after he'd supposedly dropped her off and come straight home. They'd panicked, gotten sloppy, made exactly the kind of mistake I'd been waiting for. I forwarded the photo to Blair with a simple message. "I'm ready. Let's do this." The week after the dinner party, everything shifted. Jake became paranoid, watching me constantly. My friend stopped answering calls. Jake's mother texted, "We need to talk." I ignored her. I met with Blair to finalize the divorce papers. "Given the evidence, I think he'll take it," she said. "Fighting would mean public record. That's what I'm counting on." When my friend was 7 months pregnant, part of me wanted to wait, but I couldn't carry this weight anymore. Soon. But I wanted to confront them first. I spent the next days planning. I reserved a table at the best restaurant in town for Sunday lunch. Public enough to prevent a scene, private enough to be devastating. I invited my parents, Jake's parents, my friend, and Jake. Told each different reasons. None knew the others were coming. The night before, Jake tried again. "Whatever you think is happening, you're wrong." "Am I?" "Vera, please. Tomorrow we'll talk tomorrow." "I never meant to hurt you," he said. "Yes, you did. You just didn't mean to get caught." That hit him. The moment he realized I knew everything. "How long?" he whispered. "Long enough." He left, probably calling my friend, calling his mother, trying damage control. But it was too late. I went through my checklist. Blair had the papers ready, Quinn's report complete, my apartment rented, belongings moved, bank accounts separated. everything in place. I texted my sister, "Tomorrow everything changes. I'll explain after, but I'm okay." She called immediately. "What's happening?" "I'm leaving Jake and I'm making sure everyone knows what he did." We talked for an hour. She was angry, supportive, proud. Sunday morning, I wore my best dress, the dark green one, did my makeup carefully, looked in the mirror, stronger, sharper, ready. Jake watched me with anxiety. "What's this really about?" "You'll see." We drove in silence, his hands white-knuckled on the wheel. He knew something was coming. "Vera, if you're planning to what? Tell the truth? This isn't fair." "Fair?" I almost laughed. "You want to talk about fair?" We pulled into the parking lot. My parents were arriving. His parents. My friend getting out slowly, hand on her belly. "Everyone's here," I said. "Shall we?" Jake's face went white. "Don't do this. It's already done. This is just the reveal." I got out and walked toward the restaurant. My parents reached me first. "Sweetheart, what's going on?" my mother asked. "Why are Jake's parents here?" "You'll understand in a few minutes." We gathered at the entrance. The confusion was palpable. My friend looked terrified. Jake's mother looked resigned. The hostess led us to a large table in a semi-private corner. "Perfect." I took my seat and smiled. "Thank you all for coming. Let's order first and then I have something important to share." Jake's hand shook as he picked up his menu. My friend couldn't look at hers. While we ordered, I felt calm. 5 months of carrying this secret, and now it was almost over. The waiter brought water, took our orders, left us alone. I reached into my purse and pulled out the folder. Inside were copies of everything: DNA test, messages, photos, financial records, Quinn's investigation. Jake saw the folder and closed his eyes. "Before our food arrives," I said, "I need to tell you all something." My voice was steady, clear. This was the moment I'd been building toward. The moment where the mask finally came off and everyone saw the truth. Jake reached across the table toward me. "Vera, please." I moved my hand away. "No, you've had 5 months to tell the truth. Now it's my turn." My father looked between us, confused. "What's going on?" I looked around the table. My parents bewildered. His parents pale with knowledge. My friend, tears already forming. Jake, defeated. "I'm going to tell you," I said quietly. "I'm going to tell you everything." And I was ready. After months of silence, of pretending, of carrying their secrets, I was finally ready to speak. I took a breath and began. "For the past 2 years, I've been secretly learning Korean," I said, looking at Jake's mother. "Every conversation you thought was private. I understood every word." She nodded slowly. She'd suspected. "That's how I found out in September. Jake told you his girlfriend was 8 weeks pregnant and that I'd never find out." I turned to my parents. "The girlfriend is sitting at this table. She's carrying his child." My mother's hand flew to her mouth. My father's face went red. I pulled out the first document. "This is a DNA test. It shows 99.9% probability that Jake is the father of my best friend's baby." I placed copies in front of everyone. My friend started sobbing. Jake sat frozen. "I've known for 5 months. I've spent that time documenting everything. Every lie, every secret meeting, every hotel receipt." I pulled out more papers, messages, photos, financial records. They've been together for at least 9 months, planning their future while I played the supportive wife and caring friend. My father stood. "Jake, is this true?" Jake's voice was barely a whisper. "I never wanted it to happen this way." "How did you want it to happen?" I asked. "When were you planning to tell me? Or were you just going to keep lying?" "I was going to tell you. I just needed time." "Time for what? To cover your tracks? You already consulted a lawyer." "I have proof." I turned to my friend, crying so hard she could barely breathe. 15 years of friendship. You were my maid of honor, and you still did this." "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't mean for it to happen." "Yes, you did. You've been in love with him since college. I found your old journals when I was moving my things. You wrote about him constantly, about how I didn't deserve him. She looked shocked. I had keys, remember? I used them to gather evidence. This wasn't accidental. You pursued him deliberately. Jake's mother spoke. Vera, we are so sorry. You are protecting your son. I understand. What I don't understand is how he could do this. I pulled out the divorce papers and placed them in front of Jake. These outline our settlement. Fair given the circumstances. You have 1 week to review and sign. If you don't, I file in court and all of this becomes public record. Jake picked up the papers with shaking hands. Vera, please, can we talk privately? No. You had months to talk privately and chose to lie. Now everyone knows the truth. My sister, who I'd called that morning, appeared at my side. Your things are already at Mom and Dad's. I stood. I'm done here. Jake, you'll be served the official divorce papers tomorrow. My lawyer will be in touch. I looked at my friend one last time. I hope he was worth it. I hope the life you've built on lies makes you happy. But when someone shows you they're capable of betrayal, believe them. I turned to my parents. Can we go? My mother was already standing. My father put his arm around me. As we walked toward the exit, Jake called after me. Vera, wait, please. I stopped but didn't turn. There's nothing left to say. You made your choice. Now live with it. I walked out into the sunlight. Behind me, chaos. My friend's sobs. Jake's mother speaking rapidly in Korean. A family imploding, but I kept walking into the parking lot, into my future. My mother hugged me tight outside. I'm so proud of you. I should have done it sooner. You did it when you were ready. That's what matters. My father was silent, tears on his face. My sister squeezed my hand. What now? She asked. Now? I took a deep breath, feeling lighter than I had in months. Now I start over. We drove to my parents' house. My things were there, boxes stacked in my old bedroom. My mother made tea. My father sat with his arm around me. My sister kept shaking her head, still processing. How did you stay so calm? She asked. For 5 months I had to. I needed the evidence. I needed to be smart about this. And the Korean, you really learned it without anyone knowing? I watched a lot of dramas. I smiled for the first time that day. Never thought they'd be the thing that saved my marriage, or ended it, I guess. My phone started buzzing. Jake calling, then my friend, then Jake's mother. I turned it off. They'll try to fix this, my mother said. They'll apologize, make promises. I know, but I'm done. Some things can't be fixed. That evening, lying in my childhood bed, I felt strange. Not happy exactly, but free. The weight I'd been carrying for 5 months was gone. The pretending was over. Everyone knew the truth now. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. The divorce process, untangling our lives, moving forward. But tonight, I could just breathe. I'd done it. I'd faced them. I'd spoken the truth. And I'd walked away. It was enough. The first 48 hours were chaos. My phone exploded with notifications. 73 text messages, 42 missed calls, 15 voicemails. Jake's messages alternated between denial, anger, and desperate pleading. You're overreacting. We can work through this. How could you humiliate me like that? Please, Vera, I love you. Don't throw away 7 years. I deleted them all without responding. My friend's messages were worse. Long paragraphs about how sorry she was, how pregnancy hormones made her confused. You have to understand. I didn't plan this. It just happened. Please think about the baby. Your godchild needs you. He told me you two were having problems. I thought I was helping. That last one almost made me laugh. Helping. I blocked her number. On Tuesday, she showed up at my parents' house. I watched through the window as she rang the doorbell repeatedly. My mother had to tell her to leave. She's not ready to see you, my mother said firmly. And I don't know if she ever will be. Please, just let me explain. There's nothing to explain. You know what you did. My friend broke down, sobbing on the porch until my father came out. She left a handwritten letter that I tore up without reading. Jake's parents tried differently. They sent flowers with a card in English and Korean, apologizing. Jake's mother left a voicemail. Vera, I am so sorry. I should have told you immediately. You deserved better. You deserved the truth. I saved that voicemail, the only genuine apology I'd received. Blair called Tuesday evening. Jake signed the papers already. He knows he has no leverage. Fighting would cost more both financially and in reputation. So it's done in 6 months. That's the mandatory waiting period. But yes, essentially done. 6 months. Half a year until I was officially single. Jake tried once more Wednesday. He showed up at my office. I gave him 5 minutes in a conference room. He looked terrible. I'm sorry, he said. I never wanted to hurt you. But you did, repeatedly for months. I know I was a coward. I should have ended things with you first. But I thought. He stopped. I don't know what I thought. You thought you could have both. The stable marriage and the exciting affair. He nodded, unable to meet my eyes. How did you stay so calm for all those months? Because I had to. Because falling apart would have given you control. I deserve that. Yes, you do. I stood. Is there anything else? Are you okay? I will be eventually. I walked toward the door. Goodbye, Jake. Vera, wait. He grabbed my arm, then let go when I stiffened. I want you to know I did love you. That's the saddest part, I said quietly. I don't think you ever really did. You loved the idea of me, the stability, but you never loved me enough to be honest. And that's not love at all. I left him there and went back to work. Later in the bathroom, I cried for 5 minutes. Then I washed my face and returned to my desk. That evening, my therapist asked how I was handling everything. I'm angry, not at them being together, but at the lies, at being made to look like a fool. Those are valid feelings. I keep thinking about signs I missed, ways I could have prevented this. You couldn't have prevented this. They made their choices. All you can control is how you move forward. Moving forward. What did that look like? By Friday, 1 week after the restaurant, the messages had mostly stopped. Jake had moved into a rental. My friend had stopped contacting me. Jake's parents had given me space. The chaos was settling. The dust was clearing. I was still standing. That night, my sister came over with wine and takeout. We sat in my childhood bedroom, surrounded by unpacked boxes. Do you regret how you did it? The public confrontation. I thought carefully. No. They made me complicit in their lies by keeping me in the dark. I needed everyone to know the truth. I needed witnesses. Fair enough. She poured more wine. What's next? Next, I find an apartment. Get settled. Focus on work. Eventually figure out who I am outside of this marriage. You're going to be okay, she said. Better than okay. I wanted to believe her. Some days I almost did. The divorce process took 3 months. Blair handled most of it, but I had to be present for key moments. Jake's lawyer tried contesting some terms initially. Blair shut that down by threatening to make everything public. After that, they stopped fighting. The judge reviewed everything in a closed hearing. The messages, photos, DNA test, financial records. She didn't seem shocked. Mr. Cooper, she said, given the evidence, I'm approving the settlement as written. You should consider yourself fortunate. He nodded, staring at his hands. I felt nothing. The final decree would be issued in 6 months. But the hard part was done. Clean. Final. My friend tried suing me for invasion of privacy. Blair destroyed the case in the first hearing, proving everything was obtained legally. The suit was dismissed. 2 months after the restaurant, she found me at the coffee shop where I worked Saturday mornings. 8 months pregnant now, moving slowly, looking exhausted. She sat down without asking. I need to tell you the truth. The real truth. I know the truth. Not all of it. She looked down at her coffee. I've been in love with Jake since college. Since that summer when the 3 of us were inseparable. I know. I found your journals. But you don't know why. You don't know what it was like watching you two. You had everything so easy. The law degree, the job, the perfect family, the perfect life, and him. I felt something cold settle. So this was about me, not him. Or both. She looked up and I saw something ugly there. I wanted to prove I could be chosen, that I wasn't just your sidekick, your supporting character. I wanted someone to choose me over perfect Vera. So, you destroyed a marriage to prove a point. I thought he loved me. I thought once you knew he'd leave you and we'd be together, that I'd finally have what you had. And how's that working out? She laughed bitterly. He barely calls. Says he needs space. The baby's due in 3 weeks and I don't know if he'll be there. I should have felt satisfaction, but I just felt tired. What did you expect? You saw what he's capable of. I thought I was special. You weren't. You were just convenient. Now you're stuck raising his child while he figures out his next move. She started crying. I ruined everything. I lost you. I lost myself for a fantasy. For an idea of a life you thought you wanted. I stood. I can't forgive you. Maybe someday, years from now, but not today. I understand. No, you don't. You don't understand what it's like to have your best friend betray you like this. I did love you, she whispered. That part was real. Then you have a strange way of showing love. I left her there and didn't look back. The final court date came 3 months after that. Jake and I sat on opposite sides. He'd lost weight, looked older. The judge signed the papers. 7 years of marriage dissolved. We walked out separately. No final words, just an ending. Blair met me outside. How do you feel? Free, sad, relieved, angry, all of it. That sounds about right. She handed me a folder. Keep it somewhere safe in case he tries something. In case you need to remember you did the right thing, that you were strong enough to choose yourself. That night, I went back to my apartment. 1 bedroom, hardwood floors, east-facing windows. Mine, just mine. No shared space, no joint decisions, no compromises. I poured wine and sat by the window watching city lights. My phone buzzed. My sister heard it's official. How are you? I'm okay. Really okay. And I was. Not healed entirely, but okay. I'd survived the betrayal, the confrontation, the divorce. Changed, but not broken. The woman who'd married Jake 7 years ago was gone. The woman who'd trusted blindly, who'd settled for comfortable, who'd ignored her instincts. In her place was someone harder, someone who knew her worth, someone who'd learned that sometimes the strongest thing is walking away. I thought about Jake occasionally, about my former friend, about the baby that would be born into this mess. But I didn't dwell. They'd made their choices. They'd live with consequences. And I'd live with mine, building something new, something true, something that belonged only to me. 6 months after the divorce was finalized, I woke up to sunlight streaming through my east-facing windows. Saturday morning, nowhere I had to be. I made coffee and stood at the window watching the city wake up. This view felt like mine in a way the old house never had. Every piece of furniture I'd chosen, every book on the shelf I actually wanted to read. No compromises, no shared space that never quite felt like home. Work had been exceptional. Without the emotional drain of a failing marriage, I'd thrown myself into cases with renewed focus. 3 months ago, I'd made junior partner, youngest in the firm's history. My name was going on the letterhead. Yeah, my phone buzzed. My Korean language instructor at the community college. Don't forget conversation practice tomorrow at 2. Januso. I smiled and typed back in Korean. Ready? Learning Korean had stopped being a secret shame and started being something I was proud of. I joined a drama discussion group, made friends with other students. Next month, I was finally going to South Korea. 2 weeks, just me exploring Seoul and everything I'd seen in shows for years. My parents said I seemed lighter now. My mother commented she hadn't realized how much I'd been shrinking myself to fit into that marriage until she saw me expand out of it. The doorbell rang. My sister with coffee and pastries. Breakfast delivery. Also news. Ran into someone at the grocery store. My former friend. How'd she look? Tired. Alone. Baby's 3 months old. Jake sees the kid every other weekend. No relationship. No happy family. I sipped my coffee, trying to find satisfaction in their unhappiness, but mostly I felt nothing. I genuinely don't care what happens to either of them anymore. That's growth, my sister said. We ate breakfast and talked about her kids, my trip, a movie she wanted to see, normal things, life things, nothing to do with betrayal or the past. Later, I went to therapy. 6 months of weekly sessions had helped me understand my patterns, recognize where I'd ignored my needs. How are you feeling about the Korea trip? My therapist asked, excited. Like I'm honoring the thing that accidentally saved me. The dramas led you to learn Korean, which let you understand the truth. There's poetry in that. Sunday morning conversation practice. 6 of us in a coffee shop, chatting in Korean about our weeks and favorite shows. One guy about my age smiled at me a lot. I smiled back. After class, he asked if I wanted to get lunch sometime. I said yes, not because I was ready for anything serious, but because I was open to possibility, ready to start from honesty instead of compromise. That evening, I video called my parents. They looked happy, lighter, too. You did a hard thing, my father said. Not just leaving, but the way you handled it with evidence and planning and strength. I learned from the best. After we hung up, I sat with wine and thought about the past year. The discovery, the investigation, the confrontation, the divorce, the rebuilding. Who I'd been a year ago was gone. Unhappy but not admitting it. Settling for comfortable instead of demanding authentic. Ignoring my instincts to keep the peace. In her place was someone harder in some ways, more careful about trust, but also more honest, more willing to walk away from things that didn't serve her, more willing to pursue joy without shame. I didn't forgive them. Not Jake, not my former friend. Some people think forgiveness is necessary for moving forward, but I'd learned it wasn't. What was necessary was letting go of the anger, the bitterness, the constant replaying. I'd let go of the marriage, the friendship, but I didn't have to forgive them to be free. I just had to stop carrying their betrayal like it was mine to hold. Through mutual friends, I'd heard bits. Jake was dating someone new already. My former friend struggled with single motherhood and postpartum depression. His parents had cut him off financially. She'd moved back with her parents. Their lives had gotten smaller, more complicated. Mine had gotten bigger. I had my career thriving, my family supporting me, my therapy, my hobbies, my apartment, my freedom, which I'd fought for and earned. Some days were still hard. Some nights I still cried, processing the loss of what I'd thought my life would be. But those days were fewer now, farther between. I walked to the window looking at city lights. Somewhere out there, Jake was living his life. My former friend was raising his child. The life they'd planned together had crumbled. And I was here with my plans for Korea and my Korean class and my career and my family. Free, honest, strong. Not entirely healed maybe, but healing. Building something new from what they'd destroyed. Something entirely, authentically mine. I raised my glass to my reflection in the window, to survival, to strength, to the woman I'd become when I stopped pretending and started choosing myself. The woman staring back smiled. For the first time in a long time, I recognized her completely. She was exactly who she was supposed to be. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My sister broke my $2,500 wheelchair as a joke, so I took her to court. I'm a 25-year-old guy, and I've been paraplegic since I was 18. An accident changed my life, and now I rely on a custom wheelchair that cost me $2,500. It's not just a chair. It's my independence, my way of getting around, my freedom. My family's always been close, or at least that's how it used to feel. But then there's my sister Sarah, 27, always the jokester, always looking for a laugh. She's the kind of person who thinks every moment is a setup for her next big prank, no matter how anyone else feels about it. A few weeks ago, we had a family reunion at my place. I was hosting, which meant dealing with the chaos of my relatives piling into my house. I like seeing everyone, but it's always a lot. And then Sarah shows up late, already smelling like she had a few too many drinks. She barged in with a goofy grin, loudly making her usual round of jokes. Some of them were all right, others just felt like she was trying too hard. But that's Sarah. No one calls her out, and she never seems to notice when her jokes cross a line. It started with little comments. Sarah threw out a few quips about how she wished she had a cool ride like mine, gesturing at my wheelchair. Everyone else just laughed awkwardly, shifting in their seats, but I could feel the air in the room change. I tried to shrug it off. This wasn't the first time she'd said stuff like that. But then she decided she needed to get more hands-on with her jokes. Sarah strutted over to me, grabbed the handles of my wheelchair, and started pushing me around the room like we were kids playing with a go-kart. She even made engine noises like this was some kind of game. At first, I thought she'd stop if I asked, so I told her, "Hey, cut it out, man." She just laughed louder, saying she was lightening the mood. Nobody else said a word. They just kept glancing around, some trying to pretend like they didn't notice. I looked at my parents, but they just gave me that look that said, "Just let it go." But I couldn't. So I told Sarah again, firmly this time, I wasn't playing around. "My chair isn't a toy." Sarah smirked like I challenged her and said, "Relax, I'm just messing with you." And then she got it in her head to try something even more ridiculous. She tried to do a wheelie with my chair. Yeah, you read that right. She yanked back on the handles, trying to lift the front wheels off the ground. I shouted at her to stop, but she just kept going. Then it all went south. She couldn't keep her balance, and the wheelchair tipped. One of the wheels landed hard on the floor with a loud crack. I barely managed to catch myself as I tumbled out of the chair, but my focus immediately snapped to the wheelchair. The right wheel was bent out of shape, the frame was twisted. It was trashed. The room went dead silent, and for a moment I thought, maybe, just maybe, Sarah would realize how badly she'd screwed up. Instead, she just shrugged and said, "It's not a big deal. I was just joking around." She didn't even apologize. My face was burning with anger, but all she could see was her own embarrassment. I demanded that she pay for the damage, but she just threw her hands up and said she didn't have that kind of money. Some family members jumped in, trying to play peacemaker. My aunt said Sarah didn't mean it. She just got carried away. My uncle thought I was blowing things out of proportion, saying, "You know how Sarah is." But this wasn't about how Sarah is. This was my mobility, my independence. And now I was stuck using a manual backup wheelchair that's a literal pain to get around in. It's clunky and way harder for me to move around in. But I had no choice. I kept pushing Sarah to pay for the repairs, but she just kept saying she couldn't afford it. It became obvious she thought I'd just drop it and move on. But after that night, I couldn't just let it go. A few friends who'd heard the story couldn't believe how Sarah acted, and they were the ones who helped me see my options. They pointed out that if Sarah wouldn't take responsibility, I could take her to small claims court. At first, it sounded extreme, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about the money. It was about holding her accountable for once. So that's what I did. I filed the paperwork to take Sarah to small claims court for the $2,500 to cover the cost of a replacement wheelchair. Word spread fast through the family, and the reactions were all over the place. Some said I was taking it too far, that I was going to ruin the family over a stupid mistake. Others, mostly the ones who'd been on the receiving end of Sarah's pranks before, thought she finally needed a wake-up call. But for the first time, I didn't care what they thought. I knew I couldn't back down this time. I could tell Sarah wasn't taking it seriously, though. She sent me this smug text. I knew taking Sarah to court wouldn't be easy, but I was determined. This wasn't just about the wheelchair. It was the last straw. For years, she'd made jokes at my expense, treating my situation like an excuse for her pranks. It was as if, in her mind, I was just a character in her comedy. But this time, I couldn't laugh it off. I couldn't pretend everything was okay. The court date came quickly, and the tension in the air was heavy. Sarah walked into the courtroom with that same irritating expression, as if the whole thing was still some kind of joke. She didn't even look worried. She was dressed casually, as if she were heading to a family lunch, and I could tell she still didn't believe I had the guts to go through with it. When the judge entered, the murmuring stopped. I was nervous, but I kept my composure as the hearing began. My lawyer laid out the facts. We showed photos of the broken wheelchair, the repair estimates, and explained how my independence had been impacted. I used my backup manual wheelchair to demonstrate how much harder it was to get around and how even the simplest tasks have become a nightmare. Throughout the hearing, Sarah stayed relaxed. When it was her turn to speak, she gave the same excuse she always used. It was just a joke. I didn't mean any harm. The judge looked at her sternly, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of worry on her face. I think she finally realized this wasn't going to end the way she thought. My family was seated behind me in the courtroom, and I could feel their discomfort. My mom wrung her hands nervously and my dad stared at the floor, avoiding eye contact with me. They weren't on my side. They never really had been. They thought I was overreacting, that it was just a wheelchair and nothing justified tearing the family apart. As if Sarah's pranks hadn't already done that long ago. The judge's decision was swift and clear. Sarah was responsible for the damage and had to pay the $2,500 for a new wheelchair. A wave of relief washed over me. For the first time, someone other than me was saying that what she did wasn't okay. Sarah went pale and tried to argue that she didn't have the money, but the judge was firm. If she didn't pay, there would be legal consequences. As soon as the hearing ended, Sarah stormed out, furious, saying I had ruined the family over a chair. None of my family members came to speak with me. They all ran after her, as they always did, trying to comfort her as if I were the villain in this story. That night, I went home alone. It felt strange to realize that my family, the people I grew up with and thought would always support me, had never really seen me as a whole person. To them, I was just a burden who should be grateful for whatever scraps of attention they threw my way. But for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. I wasn't carrying their expectations anymore. A few weeks later, my mom sent me a message asking to talk. I knew what was coming, but I decided to give her a chance. We met at a nearby cafe and she launched into the speech I had expected. "You know your sister didn't mean any harm." I laughed bitterly. She kept going, talking about how Sarah was going through a tough time and how I needed to understand that family is family. I looked her in the eye and calmly asked, "And when will someone understand what I'm going through? When will anyone care about my pain?" She fell silent, guilt flickering across her face for the first time, but it was too late for me. In the months that followed, the distance between me and my family grew wider. They blamed me for the rift, acting like I was the problem. Sarah refused to pay right away, and it took a long legal process, including threats of asset seizure, to finally get the money from her. But the money wasn't what mattered most. What truly mattered was that at last I had stood up for myself. One day, I got a message from my dad inviting me to Sarah's daughter's birthday party. He said Sarah wanted to apologize and that we should move on. I declined, not because I held a grudge, but because I finally understood that I didn't need their approval anymore. I was fine on my own. The new wheelchair arrived, bringing with it a renewed sense of freedom. I moved on with my life, made new friends, and gradually distanced myself from my family. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. They never understood that this wasn't about money or jokes. It was about respect, something I had learned to demand even if it meant rolling through life on my own. And Sarah? Well, she never tried to contact me again. I heard through the grapevine that her life wasn't going well. Her reckless behavior and constant pranks drove people away. She lost her job and her boyfriend left her not long after. Maybe, just maybe, she finally learned the difference between a joke and a humiliation. As for me, I kept moving forward, and for the first time, I didn't feel the need to apologize for being who I am or for demanding respect. If there's one thing this experience taught me, it's that family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes, family is the people who choose to stand by you and respect who you are. And I finally found that. Months passed since the court hearing, and although I initially felt relieved, the aftermath was harder than I expected. I knew things wouldn't be the same with my family, but the isolation that followed hit me deeper than I imagined. Still, I came to realize that some decisions, no matter how painful, are necessary for peace of mind. This fight wasn't just about the wheelchair. It was about respect and autonomy, things I never thought I'd have to demand from my own family. During this time, my mom tried to reconcile with me several times, always saying the same thing. "You know Sarah didn't mean any harm." But the problem wasn't just how Sarah is. It was about how everyone always excused her behavior, no matter what damage she caused. Even when it was something as vital as my wheelchair. The lack of empathy hurt the most, and I knew that for my own well-being, I had to distance myself, not out of anger but out of necessity. Months after the court's decision, Sarah finally paid for the wheelchair, though without any apology. The payment came as a bank transfer, no message, no words. That was her way of saying, in her mind, that it was over. But for me, the real closure didn't come with the money. It came when I accepted that I couldn't change other people, only how I reacted to them. With the money, I purchased a new wheelchair, identical to the one she had broken. Receiving it felt like regaining a part of myself that had been taken away. It wasn't just a means of getting around. It was my freedom. I could go out without hesitation, move without struggling, and live without the burden of the old manual wheelchair that had made life unnecessarily difficult. The sense of freedom returned, and with it, a renewed sense of purpose. I started seeking support outside my family circle. I joined disability advocacy groups and made friends who truly understood what I was going through in ways my family never could. These new connections showed me that I didn't have to fight every battle alone, that there were people who would stand by me and support me. Slowly, my life took on new meaning. I enrolled in assistive technology courses and began giving talks on independence and the importance of demanding respect. I found that many people like me were struggling to be seen and heard in a world that often dismisses our experiences. Becoming a voice in that space was empowering and healing for me. Meanwhile, the attempts from my family to reconnect dwindled. They realized I wasn't going to fall back into the same toxic dynamic. My dad made one last attempt, inviting me to a family gathering, saying that Sarah wanted to apologize and that we should move on. But I knew that conversation wouldn't bring the change I needed. I had already forgiven Sarah in my heart, but I didn't need her validation to move forward. That part of my life was already behind me. I politely declined the invitation, telling my dad that I wished them well, but I was no longer interested in patching up something that was already finished for me. He was silent for a moment, and for the first time I felt he understood. After that, they stopped trying to convince me. Sarah, on the other hand, took a rougher path. Over time, her reckless behavior and lack of responsibility began catching up with her. I heard through the grapevine that she lost her job after making an inappropriate joke at work, and her boyfriend left her soon after. It was sad to see her spiral, but it was her journey to face, not mine. I could no longer carry the burden of her choices. As time passed, I found happiness and peace. The emotional scars were still there, but they no longer hurt the way they used to. Each day felt like a step toward a fuller, more confident version of myself. I learned to celebrate the small victories, going out for coffee on my own, working on new projects, and most importantly, being at peace with my decisions. Looking back, I see that the court hearing was just the beginning of something bigger, building my emotional independence. Life isn't simple, and the people we love don't always treat us the way we deserve, but the most important thing is learning to value yourself, even if it means letting go of certain relationships along the way. As for my family, I hope they're doing well. I hold no resentment toward them anymore. I've learned that forgiveness isn't about accepting or forgetting what happened. It's about freeing myself from the weight of that pain, and that's exactly what I did. Closing that chapter was an act of self-love. And Sarah? I hope she finds her way and perhaps learns something from all this. But I no longer need her approval or anyone else's. I am enough just as I am, and that, more than anything, is the real closure I've been looking for. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My name's Ryan. I'm 32, and if there's one thing I've learned the hard way, it's that nothing cuts deeper than betrayal that comes from your own blood. 6 years ago, I thought I had it all figured out. I had just landed a solid job in IT security, saved up for a down payment on a condo, and most importantly, I was in love. Her name was Elise. She wasn't flashy, wasn't the loudest person in the room, but she had this calm presence that made you feel like the world could fall apart and she'd still be standing with you. I had the ring. I had the speech. I even had the dinner reservation. And then my brother, Drew, swooped in like a vulture dressed in a slim-fit button-down and that smug grin he always wore when he thought he'd want something. I don't know exactly how it happened. Just that 1 week before I was going to propose, Elise pulled me aside, sat me down in the quietest corner of our favorite coffee shop, and told me she was confused. She said she felt something with someone else. And when I asked who, she hesitated just long enough for my stomach to drop before whispering, "Drew, my older brother, the golden child, The one who never missed a chance to point out that I was always a step behind. The one who could charm a room and suck all the air out of it, then ask why no one else was breathing. He'd always been the louder one, the funnier one, the one our parents looked to with pride while I got the well, as long as you're trying your best, pat on the shoulder. I can't say I was surprised he tried something like this. I was surprised she said yes. They moved in together 3 months later. I cut contact, didn't answer Drew's texts, didn't respond when Elise emailed me twice asking if we could talk sometime. I didn't go to their engagement party, though. Mom tried guilt-tripping me into it. Family is family, Ryan, she said. But all I heard was, your feelings don't matter as much as appearances. So I did what I always do. I shut down, got quiet, and focused on work. I poured everything into my career. I stopped checking social media. I built walls that even I couldn't see over. And in those walls, I found peace, or at least something that looked like it. Then last week, Dad died. It wasn't sudden. He'd been sick for a while, lung cancer. But even though we all saw it coming, the finality of the call still hit like a train. I hadn't seen him in almost a year, but I still cried alone in my apartment while Drew posted photos of Dad from his hospital bed with long-winded captions about cherishing every moment and the honor of being his son. I wanted to scream. Drew, who hadn't even visited last Christmas. Drew, who only started showing up again when he found out Dad had a sizable life insurance policy. The funeral was last Saturday. Black suits, gray skies, people I hadn't seen in years whispering into tissues. I arrived early, sat in the back, quiet. I didn't want attention. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I just wanted to say goodbye. But of course, that wasn't in Drew's plan. He walked in 20 minutes late, hand in hand with Elise. She was wearing black, but it was the kind of black that clung to her curves like it was stitched in arrogance. Drew, meanwhile, looked like he was walking a red carpet instead of stepping into a church. He saw me almost immediately. I could feel his eyes scanning the room until they landed on mine, and that's when he smirked. "Some guys just finish first," he said as he passed me in the aisle, loud enough for anyone near us to hear. I didn't flinch. I didn't blink. I just smiled. Then I said, "You still working that office job?" His smirk twitched just slightly. He wasn't expecting that. But that wasn't the punch that came next, because just then, a sleek black limo pulled up outside the church and the door opened. My wife stepped out, and when Drew turned curious, wondering who I was smiling at, he saw her and I swear he nearly dropped Elise's hand. The moment he saw her, his whole posture changed. His chest, which had been puffed out like a peacock's, deflated. His shoulders dropped a fraction, and his jaw hung open just long enough for Elise to notice. She followed his gaze, confused, until her eyes landed on her. Sabrina. Elegant, composed, the kind of woman who didn't need to raise her voice to own a room. She stepped out of the limo in heels that clicked like punctuation marks, wearing a tailored navy coat that stopped just above the knees and sunglasses that didn't quite hide the sharp focus in her eyes. She wasn't flashy. She was the kind of woman who made flash irrelevant. She walked over to me with the same calm presence Elise used to have, only now I could see the difference. Sabrina didn't borrow grace. She carried it. She took my hand and kissed my cheek, and for a moment I forgot we were at a funeral. The air between us didn't just shift. It changed ownership. Drew blinked like he was seeing a ghost. Elise's expression twisted, not with jealousy, but with something worse. Regret. I could almost hear the gears turning in her head. Drew was mouthing, barely audible, "Is that Sabrina Ditt?" Yep. The same Sabrina Ditt who had once graced the cover of Forbes 30 Under 30. The same one who spoke at 3 tech conferences a year, had started her own company from scratch, and whose clients included half the Fortune 500. And the same woman who, unlike Elise, actually saw me, who liked me when I was quiet, who didn't need me to perform to be enough. But I didn't say a word. I just turned back toward the altar with her hand in mine. The ceremony began, and I could feel Drew's eyes boring into the back of my head the whole time. He was unraveling, and I didn't have to lift a finger. But that wasn't the moment things truly shifted. That came later at the wake. The reception was held at our parents' old estate, a place that to me still smelled like burnt toast and disappointment. The house was full of mourners, and Drew was in his element, shaking hands, laughing too loud, telling stories about Dad like he'd been his caretaker instead of a once-a-month visitor. Elise was glued to his side, occasionally tossing glances at Sabrina and me from across the room. At one point, I walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water and found my mother there stirring something on the stove. She didn't look up. "I saw who you brought," she said. I waited, and she sighed, deep and theatrical. "It's just this isn't a competition, Ryan. It's your father's funeral." "I didn't make it a competition," I said calmly. "Drew did. 6 years ago." She turned around then, eyes sharp, spoon still in hand. "You're still bitter about Elise. You were barely dating a year. And Drew loved her." I actually laughed. "I was going to propose. You knew that." She waved the spoon dismissively like she was batting away a fly. "You weren't ready. You never were. Always so cautious. So quiet. Drew goes after what he wants. Maybe you should have done the same." And just like that, I was 12 again, sitting at the dinner table while Drew got praised for making the soccer team and I got scolded for getting a B in math. I was 17, watching him get the keys to Dad's car while I got told I wasn't responsible enough yet. I was 25, listening to Mom tell me that Elise was more Drew's type anyway when I first told her what had happened. But I wasn't 12 or 17 or 25. I was 32 and I was done. So I said, "Thanks for the advice," and walked out. Later that evening, as the sky darkened and the crowd thinned, Drew cornered me on the back porch. His sleeves were rolled up and he had a glass of something dark in his hand. Scotch, probably the same kind Dad used to drink. He leaned on the railing next to me and didn't speak right away. "Then you really married her?" "Yeah," I said, sipping my water. "Crazy world," he scoffed. "You always were lucky." I turned to him. "No, you always thought charm and shortcuts were the same thing as work. That's not luck." He stared at me. "Come on, Ryan. I mean, Sabrina did, really?" I shrugged. "She saw something in me, I guess." "Yeah," he muttered bitter. "Something with a lot of zeros in her bank account." That's when it hit me. He wasn't shocked I was with Sabrina because he thought I wasn't good enough. He was mad because she was out of his reach. And suddenly, Elise didn't look so smug anymore. She looked like a consolation prize. He was about to say more, but then Mom called from inside, "Drew, the lawyer's here." He straightened up fast like a teenager called to dinner. "Ah yes, the will." And here's where things started to unravel. Not for me. No, I had already grieved my father. Already built my own life. But Drew, he still believed he was the star of the show. He had no idea what Dad had really been planning these past few years. But before we got to the lawyer and the will reading, something else happened. Something small but explosive. Back inside, as people were gathering around the sitting room, I saw Elise whisper something into Mom's ear. They both glanced at me. Then Mom turned and said, "Ryan, could I have a word?" In private, I nodded and followed her into the hallway. She closed the door behind us. "Elise is worried that Sabrina might cause distractions. She's very high profile, you know." I stared at her. "You want her to leave? Just for the reading? It's family, Ryan." I almost laughed again, but there was no humor in it this time. "You know," I said slowly, "I used to think maybe you just didn't understand how much your favoritism affected me, but now I see it clearly. You chose not to see it, Ryan." "No," I cut in, voice calm, low. "You and Drew can have your little alliance, but Sabrina is my wife. She stays." I turned and walked away. That was when I noticed the lawyer, a man in a navy blazer with a worn briefcase, setting up at the front of the room. And Drew, he was already in the front row, one arm around Elise, that smug grin creeping back onto his face. He had no idea what was coming. The lawyer cleared his throat and opened the folder slowly, drawing everyone's attention. The room fell quiet, but there was a tension in the air. Static, unspoken, almost ritualistic. I looked around the room, scanning faces I hadn't seen in years. Most of them had aged. Some hadn't changed at all. And Drew, he sat tall, confident, with his leg crossed and a drink in hand, like he was already calculating the numbers in his head. "I'd like to begin by thanking everyone for being here today," the lawyer started, his voice dry and practiced. Mr. Harold Whitmore's final wishes were very clearly outlined in this document, which he updated in full a year ago. At the mention of the will being updated, I saw Drew stiffen just slightly. His fingers paused on the rim of his glass. He asked that I read the following aloud. The lawyer pulled out a smaller sheet of paper and began reading a personal message Dad had left behind. It wasn't poetic. It wasn't warm. It was matter-of-fact, the way Dad always was. "To my family, if you are hearing this, then I am gone. I have no illusions that I was perfect, and I know I left many things unsaid, but I want my last actions to speak clearly. I've spent the last year watching more carefully than most of you know. I've seen who showed up and who didn't, who gave with no expectations, and who took with both hands. What I built will not go to waste. Not again." A few people shifted in their seats. Mom blinked hard, her lips pressed tight. Drew, however, gave a tiny smirk like he thought Dad was talking about me. I felt Sabrina's hand gently rest on mine. The lawyer placed the paper down and lifted the actual will. "Let's begin with the estate," he said. "Mr. Whitmore's residence, valued at approximately $2.1 million, will be transferred to—" Drew leaned forward slightly. "Ryan Whitmore." You could have heard a fork drop. I didn't move, didn't blink. My expression didn't change, but inside, my heart skipped. Not from joy, from shock. Drew's head jerked toward me. "What?" he blurted. The lawyer didn't flinch. "The primary residence, along with all its contents, belongs solely to Mr. Ryan Whitmore." "That has to be a mistake," Mom said, her voice rising. "Harold promised Drew the house years ago." "There was a previous version of the will," the lawyer confirmed, "but it was legally nullified and replaced. This version is final and notarized." Drew stood up, knocking over his glass. "This is ridiculous," Dad said. "He told me." "Please sit down, Mr. Whitmore," the lawyer interrupted, still calm. Drew didn't sit. He was staring at me now, face flushed. Elise reached for his arm, but he shook her off. "What did you do, Ryan? What did you say to him?" "Nothing," I said evenly. "Maybe he just saw things for what they were." But that wasn't the betrayal that came next. The lawyer continued down the list. Stocks, accounts, trust funds, some to me, some to charitable causes Dad had supported quietly over the years. Small things to extended family. And then, the lawyer said, glancing down again, as for the remaining family business assets, including Whitmore Logistics and its 51% majority shares, these have been placed in a private family trust controlled by— He paused. "Sabrina Whitmore." The air went still. Even I was caught off guard. Drew's eyes went wide. "What? Her? Are you kidding me? She's not family." "She is," I said quietly. "My wife." The lawyer looked up. Mr. Harold Whitmore explicitly stated that he admired Mrs. Whitmore's business acumen and her vision for long-term sustainability. The trust ensures voting control over the company remains in her hands. Mr. Drew Whitmore retains no shares. That was the knife. But the twist came from the person none of us expected. Mom stood up. "Harold would never do that," she snapped. "He would never give it to her. Not over his own son." The lawyer calmly unfolded another letter. "Mrs. Whitmore, there's a personal note addressed to you. Would you like me to read it?" "I don't care what it says," she barked, eyes burning. The lawyer read it anyway. "To Margaret. You've spent the better part of 30 years telling me which son deserved more. I let you. I thought I was avoiding conflict, but I saw how you treated Ryan after Elise left him. I saw how little you believed in him. I stayed quiet when you tried to push Drew into the company, but I'm done staying quiet. This company will go to the person who reminds me most of the man I once wanted to be. You may not like it. That's your burden to carry now." Silence fell like someone had shut off the sound in the room. Mom's mouth opened, then closed. Drew just stood there, hands shaking. Elise was shrinking beside him, her eyes flicking between everyone like she wanted to disappear. And then Drew snapped. "You manipulated him," he said, pointing at me. "This is some twisted game. You think you've won? Huh? Because you married some rich woman and kissed up to Dad on his deathbed?" I stood. "I didn't have to manipulate anyone," I said. "I just showed up." He moved toward me fast, too fast. But Sabrina stepped in between us without hesitation, calm but firm. "Don't," she said. Just that. But her voice could have stopped traffic. Drew glared at her, then at me. And then, for the first time in years, I saw something I'd never seen in his eyes before. Fear. Not of me, not of Sabrina, but of what he'd lost, of what he never really had. He turned to Elise, expecting support, but she just stared at the floor. And that's when I knew he had no one left to blame but himself. But the real fallout hadn't even begun yet, because as the room emptied and the lawyer packed up, Sabrina leaned in and whispered something to me. And when I heard it, I almost dropped her hand. Sabrina didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her words were like a scalpel. Precise, quiet, and instantly sharp. "He tried to contact me," she whispered. "Before the funeral a week ago, through a mutual client. I didn't react right away. I just kept my eyes on the now half-empty room, watching Drew storm off toward the garage like a man looking for something to break. My throat tightened when I asked, "Last Friday," she said softly. "He asked our client to pass along his number to me. Said it was about a business proposal. I didn't tell you because I wanted to see what kind of move he was making first. And now we knew. He hadn't just stolen the woman I loved years ago. He hadn't just paraded her in front of me at our father's funeral or mocked me with that smug little jab about finishing first. He was still trying to sink his claws into everything I had. Even after everything that had just happened. And the worst part? Still hurt. I thought I was past it. I thought marrying Sabrina, rebuilding my life, and watching Drew's smug smile finally crumble would be enough. But it wasn't, because somewhere deep down, part of me still wanted a brother. Still wanted my mother to see me just once without measuring me against the shadow she'd shaped Drew into. Later that night, I stood in my old childhood bedroom, now empty, stripped down. The posters and trophies long gone. Just 4 beige walls and a small desk that still had a carved R+L in the corner. I must have done that when I was 13, when I still believed love was permanent and families were forever. Sabrina had gone to take a call outside. I told her I needed a moment alone. That's when I saw it. An old photo on the shelf above the desk, faded at the edges. It was me and Drew in high school. We were at some summer lake trip. Shirtless, grinning, arms slung around each other's shoulders like we actually had each other's backs. He had that same cocky smile, and I looked like I hadn't learned how much it could all be ripped away yet. I sank into the creaky desk chair, elbows on my knees, hands rubbing at my face. All those years of trying to earn respect, trying to be the better man, trying not to let the bitterness fester. And now here I was, sitting in the wreckage of a family that had never really valued me. A father who came around too late. A mother who still thought I was the backup plan. A brother who saw me as little more than a stepping stone to his next win. I didn't cry. Not this time. But I felt hollow, and I hated that part of me still cared. When Sabrina came back in, she didn't say anything. She just placed a hand on my shoulder and stood beside me in silence. I reached up and took her hand, threading my fingers through hers. "I don't want to fight them," I murmured. "Not anymore." "You don't have to," she said. "But I also can't just keep letting them rewrite the narrative. I can't let Drew twist this into another story where I'm the villain who stole his life." "Then don't," she said simply. "Tell the truth. In your way, on your terms." Her words stuck with me. I stayed up that night walking the halls of the estate. Every corner held some piece of a memory. Some good, some sour. I found myself in Dad's study around 2 a.m., flipping through some of his old journals and notes. He wasn't much of a writer, but he'd kept records. Letters he never sent, budget notes, even printouts of old emails between him and our family lawyer. In one of them, I found a sentence that stopped me cold. "Ryan's not loud, but he's solid." I don't say it enough, but he's who I'd want in charge if it all came down. I didn't know whether to feel pride or anger. Why had he never said this to me? Why did he only find his voice through paperwork and lawyers after he was gone? But that sentence, it lit something in me. Not rage, not revenge, just resolve. I closed the folder, pulled out my phone, and began typing. The next morning, I asked Sabrina to help me get a few things moving. I made calls. I contacted the board of Whitmore Logistics. I started reviewing the bylaws. I didn't know exactly what I was building toward yet, but I knew I wasn't going to just sit back and watch Drew throw one last tantrum and try to burn everything down because he would. I knew that now. This wasn't over for him. Not by a long shot, but it was changing for me. I wasn't going to play defense anymore. And if Drew wanted to test how solid I really was, he'd get his answer soon enough. The shift didn't happen overnight. It never does. But over the next few weeks, something changed. Not just around me, but in me. I returned home with Sabrina to our place in Seattle. A penthouse with wide windows and a quiet view of the Sound. The kind of home that felt calm, like it had nothing to prove. I remember standing on the balcony that first evening back, watching the sun dissolve into the ocean, feeling something I hadn't felt in a long time. Certainty. Not about what I'd do next, but about why I had to do it. Drew was silent for about 10 days after the will reading. No texts, no calls, not even one of his dramatic rants on social media. I knew what that meant. He was scrambling behind closed doors. He was surely contacting every connection, every lawyer, every family friend who might find a loophole or some shred of sympathy to rally behind him. He'd always believed that confidence could fill in the gaps where competence failed. But now there were no shortcuts. No mom to whisper in Dad's ear. No Elise to run to when the lights dimmed. Meanwhile, I began the process of stepping into the role Dad had quietly built for me. At first, I wasn't sure I'd even keep the company. But Sabrina, ever the strategist, said something that stuck with me. You don't have to wear your father's shoes. Just walk the path he paved with your own stride. So I did. I flew down to meet the Whitmore Logistics Board 2 weeks after the funeral. I expected skepticism, doubt, maybe even resistance. Instead, I walked into a room of gray suits and expectant eyes. And the first thing the chairman said was, "You look just like your father when he was young." But I didn't feel like him, and I didn't want to be him. I told them as much. "I'm not here to make promises I can't keep," I began. "But I won't coast on my name either. I want to understand what this company needs to survive the next 10 years, not just the next quarter." They nodded slowly at first, then with real interest. By the end of that 2-hour meeting, I had half of them shaking my hand and the other half pulling me aside to quietly say they were relieved Drew wouldn't be involved. Sabrina was right. Dad had left the infrastructure, but now it was mine to shape. That same week, a small business podcast interviewed Sabrina about her newest acquisition, and when the host asked about her husband, she didn't flinch. "He's the most disciplined person I've ever met," she said, smiling. "He doesn't talk much, but when he moves, things shift." It shouldn't have meant as much as it did, but hearing those words made something tighten in my chest. It felt like someone finally saw the version of me I'd always known was there beneath the quiet, beneath the years of being second best. The next month was a blur of meetings, plans, and quiet victories. We hired a new CFO for Whitmore Logistics, a sharp woman named Natalie with zero tolerance for fluff and a talent for spotting hidden inefficiencies. I let Sabrina consult on operation strategy, though she never overstepped. She was careful, respectful. She let me lead, and the numbers, they spoke for themselves. Revenue stabilized, employee morale improved, and within 6 weeks, we negotiated 2 contracts that Dad's team had been trying to land for years. My inbox went from ignored to overflowing. I found myself invited to dinners, conferences, private equity discussions, none of which had ever included me before. But through it all, I stayed focused and quiet. Let Drew make the noise. I was building the foundation. Then, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, the phone rang. I was in the office going over restructuring plans with Natalie. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something made me answer. It was Elise. "Hey," she said softly. There was a long pause, like we were both trying to figure out if we were strangers or still something else. I wasn't sure you'd pick up, she continued. But I wanted to say congratulations. I waited. She sighed. You know, Drew's been difficult. He's taking it hard. He keeps saying you manipulated Dad somehow or that Sabrina made you do it. Did she? I asked, my voice calm. No, she admitted. He can't accept that you actually came out ahead. That you built something without playing dirty. It doesn't fit his version of the story. That line stuck with me. It doesn't fit his version of the story because that's what it always was with Drew. A story where he was the hero no matter how much wreckage he left behind. And now he had no narrative that could explain this version of reality where I didn't just survive. I thrived. Elise hesitated. Then, in a quieter voice, "Can I ask you something?" I didn't answer, but she took that as a yes. "Are you happy?" I thought about that for a long moment. About Sabrina curled up with her tablet on the couch at night, humming softly while she worked. About the quiet mornings with fresh coffee and shared glances across the kitchen. About the growing respect I was earning. Not demanded, not gifted, but earned from people who once ignored me. "Yes," I said. "I am." Elise was silent on the other end. Then she whispered, "I'm sorry." "I know," I said gently. "But that chapter's closed." She didn't argue, just hung up quietly. And when I looked up, I saw Sabrina standing in the doorway holding 2 coffees. She didn't ask about the call, just raised a brow and offered the extra cup. I took it. Life had shifted subtly but completely. But I knew the calm wouldn't last because I had just stepped fully into the life Drew believed belonged to him. And now somewhere out there he was rewriting his next move. And the only question left was, how far would he go this time? It began with a single envelope delivered. No return address, no note, just my name on the front, penned in the kind of rushed handwriting you only see when someone is angry or desperate. I opened it at my desk the next morning, a light drizzle tapping against the office windows as Seattle yawned awake below. Inside was a folded set of documents. Photocopies of emails, legal filings, and one printed text conversation. My heart rate slowed as I flipped through them. Then it started picking up again. Drew. He'd been trying to sell confidential Whitmore Logistics client data to one of our competitors. Small time so far. Nothing that had moved past whispers. The emails showed him offering insight on contracts, vendor weaknesses, even private performance metrics. It hadn't gone through yet, but he'd tried. And the worst part? He wasn't even smart about it. He'd contacted an old acquaintance of his, someone he used to brag about beating in high school debates. Turns out that guy had climbed up the ladder at one of our rival firms, but apparently he had a moral compass and a conscience. He sent everything anonymously. He didn't want to be involved, but couldn't ignore what Drew was doing. I sat back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. So this was it. Drew hadn't just accepted the loss. He was trying to sabotage me, to poison the ground I was finally standing on. Not to build something for himself. No, that would take vision, patience. He just wanted me to fall. For days I didn't tell anyone. Not Sabrina, not Natalie, not the board. Instead, I began gathering. I traced Drew's communication patterns, used my old skills in cybersecurity to check where else he might have sent things, what data might have been exposed. I discovered he had access credentials that should have been revoked when Dad passed. But someone in our outdated IT department had overlooked them. I quietly fixed the hole. No drama, no warnings, just preparation, because if Drew was going to play dirty, then I needed to be several moves ahead. I flew out to New York for a conference the following week. Tech meets logistics. A strange combination, but one that mattered in our world. Sabrina spoke on a panel, but I had a different reason for being there. I met with another company, a startup I'd been tracking for over a year. Quietly, I'd been considering expanding Whitmore Logistics into something new. Digital inventory automation, something Dad never understood. But the world was shifting. Old models were rotting. And this startup, they were lean, smart, and hungry. All they needed was a strong partner to scale. I made them an offer. Not public, not loud, but enough to get their board's attention. If the deal went through, it would put Whitmore Logistics in a position of dominance, not just survival control across multiple verticals. The deal came with a catch, though. We'd need to do a full internal audit for legal compliance before they signed off, standard practice. But for me, it was an opportunity. An audit meant every file, every communication, every ghost in the machine exposed. And Drew's fingerprints were all over things I now knew he'd hoped no one would ever see. I called Natalie into my office the next day. "I want to do a top-down systems audit," I said. She frowned. "You mean for the acquisition?" "That's part of it," I said. "But I also want to know who still has legacy access to confidential systems." Her eyes narrowed just slightly. "You think someone's poking around?" "Not yet," I said. "But I want to be ready if they do." She didn't press because she trusted me now. And then, almost like fate aligning itself, I got another surprise. Sabrina walked into my office later that day with a smile I hadn't seen in weeks. A smile that meant something just clicked. "We found the missing link," she said, dropping a binder on my desk. Inside were scanned documents from a property we'd inherited. Some old development land our father had bought years ago but never built on. He always said it was too risky. But what Sabrina had discovered through a quiet land survey was that the zoning laws had shifted. That land was now cleared for commercial construction downtown, a gold mine. And in the bottom of the folder was a contract signed between Dad and a company Drew had once tried to start. A contract Dad never moved forward with, one he quietly buried. He never trusted Drew to develop it, but now it was mine. "It's shovel-ready," Sabrina said. "And if you back it through Whitmore, you could double your valuation inside a year." My head swam. Everything was aligning. Power, leverage, visibility. The very things Drew had always thought were his by birthright. He tried to break me 6 years ago. Tried to humiliate me at a funeral. Tried to claw at my foundation when I finally stood on my own. But he didn't know what was coming because now I had more than money. I had proof. I had power. I had a company behind me, a wife beside me, and a name Drew couldn't erase anymore. Not even with lies. I didn't want revenge. But I was about to show him something far worse than anger. Indifference. And when I executed the next move publicly, he would finally understand what it meant to lose something he never truly owned. But first, I had one last thing to do. Because Drew wasn't going to stop. Not until I made sure he couldn't. It was all in the timing. That was something Drew never understood. He rushed everything. Relationships, business deals, even his own downfall. But I'd spent the last 6 years learning how to wait, how to sharpen the blade quietly while everyone else was still swinging wildly. And now the blade was ready. The internal audit finished ahead of schedule. Natalie and her team turned over their findings on a Thursday morning, and I read them 3 times just to be sure. Drew's unauthorized access had left a trail clear as day. Data pulls from internal reports, suspicious logins from a private IP, and worst of all, a download of confidential bid information just days before one of our largest contracts was lost to a competitor. That loss had cost us nearly $4 million. The board didn't know it yet, but they would. I called a special executive meeting for Monday morning. Sabrina would be present. So would the compliance officer, the company attorney, and the entire board of directors. And because it was protocol to invite all shareholders with a past managerial history and stake over 5%, Drew would be there too. I made sure of it. He showed up 5 minutes late, of course, wearing a too-tight suit and an overconfident smirk, like he thought he was stepping into some casual sit-down where he'd get to play the role of misunderstood genius. Elise wasn't with him. I had a feeling she was finally starting to see through the cracks. "Didn't think you'd miss the chance to look important," Drew said as he dropped into a leather chair near the end of the table. I didn't respond, just nodded to the lead attorney to begin. The attorney cleared his throat and pulled up the screen behind him, where a slide titled Security Breach Findings Summary Report glowed in large, clean letters. The room fell quiet as the findings were laid out. Time-stamped access logs, flagged IP addresses, and correlations with lost contracts. I watched the reactions around the table. Confusion, shock, then anger. And Drew, he didn't blink. Not at first. But the moment the lawyer showed the screenshots of emails, his emails offering Whitmore's internal bid numbers to a rival firm. His jaw clenched. "This is absurd," he finally said. "You really think I'd risk everything over that?" The attorney responded calmly. "You didn't just risk it. You executed it. We have digital verification, timestamps, traces of the downloads made using your legacy credentials. Mr. Whitmore," he glanced at me, "has already filed for a retroactive internal injunction, and given the evidence, we're preparing to notify the state authorities." Drew laughed, but it was thin, brittle. "This is a setup." Natalie spoke then. "You're the only person who still had access through a blind credential link your father left. We caught it. You exploited it." Sabrina leaned forward. "And you thought you were going to sell off his company piece by piece while smiling at his funeral. You really don't know how to build anything, do you?" Drew turned red. "This is insane. You're just trying to wipe me out of the family completely." I finally spoke. Calm. Steady. "No, Drew. You did that to yourself. I'm just making it official." I slid a document across the table. It was a formal cease and desist order drafted by our legal team, barring Drew from all Whitmore-owned properties, communications, and internal systems. He was also being referred to state business regulators for corporate espionage and data theft charges that, while they might not land him in prison, would destroy any chance of starting a business again. His name would be flagged in every due diligence process for the rest of his life. He stared at the paper, then at me. "You think you're the better man now?" he spat. "No," I said simply. "I'm just not the fool anymore." He stood, shoulders heaving. "This isn't over. You think this is the end? You're still the same silent little ghost living in my shadow. No matter what you do. Then maybe," I said, cutting in gently, "it's time you stop walking in front of the sun." He blinked, taken aback. That was the last thing I said to him. The board voted unanimously to sever all future association with Drew. His remaining shares, thanks to a clause Dad added in his final update, were forfeitable upon proven misconduct, which, given the report, was as proven as it could get. By noon, his access was revoked. By nightfall, the press got wind of the internal security breach and the swift action taken by new leadership. I gave no comment. Sabrina issued a one-line statement. "We protect what we build." Drew, I later heard, tried to get a meeting with one of our former competitors, only to be politely turned away. He'd burned too many bridges, and the ones he thought he could buy, they were owned by someone else now, me. In the days that followed, I didn't celebrate. I just worked. Contracts were signed with the startup. Our market value rose. Sabrina negotiated an investment partnership with a European firm that gave us presence in 3 new countries. I spent my days building, not gloating, not chasing ghosts. But there was one final moment that made the revenge truly settle. A letter arrived, handwritten. No envelope this time, just a short message on lined paper. "You got what you wanted. I hope it was worth it. D." I folded it once and tucked it into the back of my desk drawer without a word because I had no interest in responding. He wanted me to come down to his level, but I was already building something he couldn't reach anymore. And he finally knew it. The fallout came quickly. A week after the board meeting, Drew's name hit the industry blacklist. The startup circles he used to lurk in closed their doors. I didn't have to say a word. The documents we'd uncovered spoke louder than I ever could. His LinkedIn went dark. Elise moved out quietly, without drama. I knew because Sabrina received an automated change of address alert linked to one of the old shared properties Drew had tried to funnel through their joint accounts. She moved back in with her sister across town. I wasn't surprised. A month later, Mom called. I stared at the screen for a long time. It blinked once, twice. Then I let it go to voicemail. She tried again the next day. This time, she left a message. "Ryan, I don't even know what to say. He's devastated. You didn't have to destroy him like that. He's your brother. No apology. Not even a hint of accountability. Just more excuses. More of the same." I deleted the message without replying. 3 months passed. Whitmore Logistics was thriving. The acquisition was finalized and, with Sabrina's guidance, we rolled out a new digital logistics platform that reduced processing time by 37%. Our valuation doubled. Forbes ran a profile titled, "The Silent Son Who Rebuilt an Empire." I didn't care much for the headline, but the truth underneath it mattered. I was finally seen. Not because I screamed, but because I stood firm. Drew, he tried to start over. Moved to a smaller city 2 states over and launched a consulting firm under a different name, but it didn't last. Word spread. No one trusted a man with a record of corporate theft and a reputation for burning bridges. One of our clients sent me a photo a few months later. Drew working at a co-working space, hunched over a laptop, wearing the same jacket he wore at Dad's funeral. Same scowl, too. He wasn't building anything. He was just trying to stay afloat. Mom stopped calling after that. I think she understood I wasn't coming back. Not to Sunday dinners, not to birthdays, not to the fantasy she tried to preserve. The version of me who accepted scraps was gone. And Elise, I saw her once by accident at a conference, standing near the coffee booth with a quiet, distant look in her eyes. She didn't speak. Neither did I. But the sadness in her eyes said everything. She hadn't just lost me. She'd traded me. And now the cost had caught up. That night, back at home, I stood on the balcony with Sabrina, watching the city lights flicker beneath us. "You know," she said, "you never once raised your voice through all of this." "Didn't need to," I said. She smiled and leaned her head on my shoulder. "You didn't just win. You outgrew them." And she was right. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was standing in anyone's shadow. I was standing on solid ground, my own, and I'd built it from the ashes they left behind. Some men fight for power. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Daniel. I'm 54 years old. And if you told me 10 years ago that the little girl who once begged me to braid her hair for school would one day pretend I didn't exist at her wedding, I might have laughed in disbelief. But that's the funny thing about family. The people you give the most to often think they're entitled to even more. And sometimes they only see your value when the credit card declines. I met Grace when she was just 9. Her mother, Olivia, and I had both gone through difficult divorces. Hers a bit messier than mine. Her ex-husband, Jeremy, wasn't around much. He'd pop in twice a year, drop off a check, maybe take Grace for an ice cream, then vanish again for 6 months. Meanwhile, Olivia and I were building something stable day by day. I wasn't trying to replace anyone, but I was always there for the school plays, the scraped knees, the late-night math homework, the first heartbreak. I showed up even when it was inconvenient, especially when it was inconvenient. Over time, she started calling me Dad. It wasn't something I ever asked for. In fact, I told her early on that I'd never try to take that role unless she wanted me to. The day she looked up at me after her middle school graduation and said, "Thanks, Dad," I'll admit, I teared up. Olivia squeezed my hand like she knew exactly what that meant to me. I paid for her braces, helped her get her first car. Nothing flashy, just a safe used Honda I'd saved up for. When she got into her dream college, I drove the U-Haul myself and stayed up 2 nights putting together IKEA furniture in her dorm. Every Christmas, birthday, and random Tuesday, she forgot her umbrella. I was there not because I had to be, but because I loved her. But something shifted when she turned 20. It was subtle at first. The thank yous became more scarce. Her phone calls turned transactional. Then came her senior year when Jeremy reappeared in a big way. He'd apparently turned over a new leaf. He started posting old photos of them together on Facebook, writing captions like, "So proud of my little girl," conveniently cropping Olivia and me out of frame. Grace slapped it up like she was starving for his approval. I didn't blame her. Every kid wants to be wanted by their parent, even if that parent only shows up when it's convenient. Still, I couldn't help but feel pushed aside, like I'd been the substitute teacher all along. Then came the engagement. She was thrilled. I was genuinely happy for her at first. I remember sitting on the couch while she waved her hand in front of us, the diamond catching the light. Olivia clapped and I pulled her into a hug. "We're so proud of you," I said. Grace smiled, but that smile didn't quite reach her eyes when she replied, "Thanks. I'm just glad I'll have both my parents there to walk me down the aisle." I blinked. Olivia glanced at me and cleared her throat. "You mean, she began, but Grace cut her off. Of course I mean Dad, she said, meaning Jeremy. Not the man who taught her how to ride a bike or stayed up with her when she had the flu. Not me. I brushed it off at the time. Told myself it was just a phase, maybe a sentimental moment. She was reconnecting with her roots, trying to build a bridge. I could respect that. I could even step aside for it. But the signs kept piling up. She started referring to Jeremy as Dad exclusively again, and to me as Daniel whenever we were around other people. She removed my last name from her social media bios, which had once read Grace Thompson, and reverted to her birth surname. She didn't ask me to give a speech. When I gently offered to help cover wedding costs, she smiled, nodded, and then asked if I could front the $12,000 for the venue deposit. No mention of reimbursement. No, thank you. Just the assumption I'd handle it. I did. Not for her, but because I knew Olivia couldn't bear to see her daughter's big day fall apart. I told myself I wouldn't take it personally, that I was doing this for the family, for love. But as the months passed, I felt more like an ATM with legs than a father figure. Olivia noticed, too. She tried to talk to Grace about it gently, carefully, but Grace would shut her down, accusing her of trying to guilt-trip her for wanting her real dad in her life. That word, real, stung more than I let on. The week before the wedding, I overheard a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. I had come home early from work and paused in the hallway when I heard Olivia and Grace talking in the kitchen. "He's paid for almost everything, Grace," Olivia said, her voice low but firm. "You can't just pretend he doesn't exist. He's been more of a father to you than Jeremy ever was." Grace scoffed. "That's his choice. No one forced him to." "You used to call him Dad," Olivia pressed. "That was before I had a real one again," she snapped. I walked back out the door before they knew I was there. I didn't say a word. I just drove until the gas light came on. The wedding day arrived and I put on my best suit. Tied my tie 3 times before I got the knot right. I showed up early, helped set up chairs, coordinated with the caterers, and made sure the sound system worked. Grace barely acknowledged me when I passed her. Jeremy showed up late, wearing cologne so strong it could have cleared a room. She squealed and hugged him like a soldier returning from war. I stood back, watching it all, feeling like an extra in a movie I'd funded but wasn't allowed to star in. During the ceremony, I sat quietly next to Olivia. When the officiant asked who was walking her down the aisle, Grace looped her arm through Jeremy's and beamed. No mention of me, not a glance. The reception was worse. The father-daughter dance was with Jeremy. The speech she gave thanked her mother, her wonderful new in-laws, and my incredible dad, Jeremy, who came back into my life at just the right moment. She never said my name, not once. I didn't make a scene. I didn't leave. I smiled when people looked my way. I shook hands, toasted the couple, clapped during the dances, but inside something was unraveling. A quiet, slow burn. After the cake was cut and most of the guests had filtered out, I was standing by the back table collecting my jacket when Grace approached me. She looked radiant and smug, the kind of tired that comes after a long day of being celebrated. She handed me a folded piece of paper. "The final balance," she said cheerfully, as if we were just settling a tab after lunch. "Thought you'd want to take care of it before we fly out tomorrow." I unfolded the paper. The number made my jaw tighten. I looked at her. She smiled, expecting me to nod and reach for my wallet like always. I didn't, and that's when I turned and walked right past her, down the stairs, through the parking lot, and into the night without saying a single word. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was angry, that would have been easier. I didn't even feel hurt exactly. What I felt was something colder, like a door had quietly shut somewhere deep inside me, and I didn't have the energy or the desire to ever open it again. I stared at the ceiling for hours, watching the shadows shift with the headlights passing outside my bedroom window. Olivia came home late, clearly frazzled, clearly aware something had shifted. She tried to talk to me, but I told her gently, "Not tonight." I wasn't ready to say out loud what I knew was coming. The next morning, my phone buzzed nonstop. Missed calls, messages from Olivia, from Grace, even from Jeremy, which surprised me since he had barely acknowledged me the whole weekend. I ignored them all. Instead, I made coffee, sat in my home office, and pulled out a thick binder labeled Wedding Expenses. Every receipt, every wire transfer, every invoice, all neatly categorized. It added up to just under $38,000. I had footed over 80% of the entire event, including the extravagant last-minute upgrades. Grace just had to have imported centerpieces, a late-night taco bar, and that ridiculous champagne tower. And the kicker? That final balance she handed me. It wasn't an official bill. It was just a scribbled total she'd dashed down herself, including line items that had already been paid by me. In essence, she'd double-billed me, and she thought I'd be too spineless or too sentimental to call her on it. I spent that Sunday filing a dispute with the venue and every vendor I'd paid directly. I sent in the receipts, emails, and proof of payment. I froze the remaining portion of the wedding fund I had in a joint account with Olivia, something I'd set up so she could make emergency purchases leading up to the wedding. I also sent Grace a simple message: I will no longer be responsible for any part of your wedding costs moving forward. Any outstanding balance is between you and your biological father. Please direct future communication through your mother. Wishing you all the best in your new life. I didn't even sign it, just hit send and turned off my phone. That night, Olivia and I had the conversation. A real one. No more tiptoeing. She was heartbroken. Not just about Grace, but about us, about how it had all played out. She admitted she'd noticed the shift in Grace's behavior, but she was hoping it was just nerves or stress. I thought she'd come around, she said. I thought once she saw everything you did for her. She did see, I said quietly. She just didn't care. Olivia didn't argue. The next few days were a whirlwind. Grace sent a lengthy, self-pitying email, not to apologize, but to justify. She said she didn't mean to hurt my feelings, but it was her day and she shouldn't have to pretend for anyone else's comfort. She also added that she thought I was being childish for walking out and abandoning my responsibilities, which was rich considering I'd been the only reason her wedding had even happened. I didn't respond. A week later, Jeremy called. That's right. The man who hadn't paid a dime toward the wedding, who had shown up late, danced, posed for photos, and left, now had the audacity to leave a voicemail saying, Man to man, I think you overreacted. You know, girls and their dads, it's emotional. She needed me, and I stepped up. Don't punish her for choosing her real family. I sat there staring at my phone like it had grown fangs. He stepped up? I'd stepped up when Grace was in the hospital at 13 with appendicitis and Jeremy was too busy. I'd stepped up when her financial aid fell through sophomore year and she was too embarrassed to tell anyone. I'd stepped up every day for a decade without ever asking for credit. But sure, Jeremy bought her a watch and stood beside her in a tux. And suddenly he was Father of the Year. That's when I decided I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to make it clear I was done being used. I called the accountant who handled my personal finances and told him to begin dissolving the joint account. I updated my will. Grace was no longer listed as a beneficiary. I made a sizable donation to a scholarship fund for foster youth, kids who, unlike Grace, actually needed support. Then I wrote a final letter to Olivia. Not spiteful, not angry, just final. In it, I explained that I didn't blame her for what happened. Not entirely. But I couldn't keep pouring myself into a family that only saw my worth in numbers and transactions. I told her I still cared for her and always would, but I needed to protect what little self-respect I had left. I left the letter on the kitchen counter and moved into a condo across town that I'd quietly purchased months earlier as a backup plan. I'd never thought I'd actually use it, but something in me had known. Maybe I was just waiting for a reason. Weeks passed, then a month. Olivia tried to reach out a few times. Grace didn't. I heard through a mutual friend that she and Jeremy had tried to take out a personal loan to cover the rest of the wedding costs, but were denied. Apparently, they were stunned that the wealthy stepdad had suddenly turned into a ghost. Then, one afternoon while I was at work, I got a message from Olivia. She's here. She wants to talk. Please. She's crying. I didn't reply right away. I sat at my desk staring at the message, remembering every smile I'd given that girl. Every small moment of fatherhood I thought had meant something. Every dollar, every sleepless night, every proud look at graduation, every whispered, "Don't worry, I've got you." Then I stood up, packed my briefcase, and drove home. When I walked in, Grace was sitting on the living room couch, hands clasped, eyes red. She stood when she saw me. "Daniel," she began, but I raised a hand, and what I said next, and what she did in response, changed everything. She opened her mouth again, but I stayed quiet, calm, controlled. I walked past her, set my briefcase down on the table like I'd just come home from an ordinary day at work, then turned and met her eyes. Really met them. Not with anger, but with something firmer, something final. "You know," I said, "when you were 13, you begged me to come to your school's father-daughter breakfast because you didn't want to sit alone. You said Jeremy hadn't even texted in 6 months. I took the morning off, wore that awful blue tie you liked, and brought your favorite muffins. You held my arm and told everyone I was your dad." Grace blinked, lips pressed into a tight line, her cheeks flushed. From embarrassment or shame, I couldn't tell. "You remember that?" she asked quietly. "I remember everything, Grace, because I was there for everything and I wasn't keeping score. Not then. But apparently someone was." She looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers. "I messed up," she said. "I know I did. I was trying to, I don't know, make peace with things. Jeremy wanted to be more involved. I didn't think it would hurt you like that." I tilted my head. "Didn't think or didn't care?" She flinched. "That's not fair." "What's not fair?" I cut in, my voice low but unwavering. "Is that you made me pay for a seat at a table I was never really invited to. You walked past me again, and each time I told myself to let it go. I sat there through every slight, every omission, every erasure of 10 years of my life. And still, I paid for the napkins." That last sentence caught her off guard. She looked up, confused. "Napkins? Custom monogram napkins," I said, almost laughing at the absurdity. $4,472 for linen with your new last name. The one I'm not part of." Silence. "I didn't mean for it to be like this," she murmured. I got caught up in the idea of finally having my real dad around." "I thought you thought I'd just take it," I interrupted, but softer now, like always. Olivia stepped out of the hallway then, eyes red. She must have been listening. She didn't say anything, but Grace turned to her like a lifeline. "Mom, tell him." But Olivia just shook her head slowly. "No, Grace, not this time." Grace looked between us, realizing perhaps for the first time that she wasn't going to be rescued by sentiment or guilt. The ground beneath her was shifting, and she didn't know how to steady herself. "I didn't expect you to just disappear," she said, voice cracking. "I didn't disappear," I replied. "I just stopped showing up for people who treat me like a utility. You made a choice at your wedding. I'm making one now." Tears welled in her eyes, but I felt nothing rise in response. Not pity, not satisfaction, just stillness. "I came to apologize," she said, "to fix things." "No," I said. "You came to stop the fallout. That's not the same." She sat down, suddenly deflated. "So that's it? You're just done?" I looked at her for a long moment. "I don't know," I admitted. "But what I do know is that forgiveness can't be demanded after a silence like that. It has to be earned, and that's not something I can hand out like another check." Her shoulders dropped, and for the first time, she didn't argue, didn't protest or try to explain. She just sat there, surrounded by the wreckage of a relationship she hadn't even realized she'd demolished until it was too late. I gathered my things, nodded once to Olivia, and headed for the door. Just as I reached it, Grace called out behind me, voice trembling. "What do I have to do to fix this?" I paused, hand on the doorknob, not looking back. "You start by not asking me to tell you," I said. Then I walked out. I didn't go far, just around the block to breathe, to clear my head. I wasn't sure if I was done forever, but I was sure I was done being taken for granted. And what happened in the days that followed? Well, that's when things got real. The next morning, my phone stayed silent. No messages, no missed calls, no apologies. Just an empty inbox and a strange kind of quiet I hadn't felt in years. And despite everything, I still checked. Not because I hoped she'd grovel, but because I needed to know if she'd really let this go without a fight. She did. For 3 days, there was nothing. Olivia texted once. A simple, "I'm so sorry." I didn't answer. I wasn't angry at her, not really, but I needed space. For years, I'd been the foundation everyone built their lives on. And now that I'd stepped away, the cracks were showing. I was done being the steady background character. I wanted to see if anyone remembered who'd been holding the camera the whole time. On the 4th day, I got a knock at my office door. Not the condo, my actual office where I ran my consultancy business. My assistant buzzed in, sounding a little uneasy. "There's a young woman here," says her name's Grace. "She doesn't have an appointment." I paused. My first instinct was to tell her to send Grace away, but something about the way my assistant said her name made me curious. Tired, maybe, or nervous. "Send her in," I said. Grace walked in, not with the arrogance she used to carry like perfume, but slowly, like someone walking into a church or a hospital room. Her hair was tied back, her makeup minimal, no designer purse, no smug smile, just her and a thin folder tucked under her arm. She sat across from me and opened the folder without saying a word. Inside was a collection of receipts, bank statements, payment breakdowns, a typed letter, neatly formatted, with a heading that read, "Wedding Expense Reconciliation Report." She slid it across the table to me. "I went through everything," she said quietly. "Every vendor, every transfer, every line item. I called the venue, the caterer, even the florist. I made a list of what you paid and what I owe you. I added interest and I broke it into a repayment plan over 3 years. If you agree to the terms, I'll sign it." I blinked. She wasn't crying. She wasn't begging. She was just sitting there doing the one thing I hadn't expected. Taking accountability. "I got your message," she said, "and I hated it. At first, I thought you were being dramatic, even petty. But then I started thinking about it, not from my point of view, but yours. I remembered the time you drove 6 hours back from a business trip because I forgot my college essay was due and I needed help proofreading. You sat with me until 2 o'clock in the morning, then left at 5 to make it to a meeting in another state. You didn't even bring it up again. You just did it." She looked down at her hands. "And I thought about the birthday party I had when I was 16, the one where Jeremy said he'd come but never showed. You drove around town trying to find the last copy of that out-of-print book series I loved and gave it to me like it was no big deal. And I hugged you. I really hugged you. Because in that moment I didn't miss him at all." Her voice shook, but she steadied it. "I remembered all of it. And the more I remembered, the worse I felt, because I realized I didn't just erase you from the wedding, I erased you from my story. Like you were a placeholder until the real dad showed up." She finally met my eyes. "But you were never a placeholder. You were the only one who stayed." I didn't say anything. Couldn't. My throat had tightened and I wasn't sure I trusted my voice just yet. "I'm not asking you to forgive me today," she said. "But I wanted you to know that I see it now. All of it. And I'm going to make it right. Not with words, with time, with action." I opened the folder. The numbers were accurate. The plan was fair. She'd even included a clause that said if she missed more than 2 payments in a row, the debt would become due in full. It wasn't about the money. It never had been. But she knew that, and that's why this mattered. After a long moment, I nodded. "All right," I said. "Let's see how serious you are." She exhaled, not with relief, but something deeper. Resolved, maybe. That was 6 months ago. Since then, she's made every payment on time. Small at first, $150 here, $200 there, but consistent. More than that, she's shown up. She calls once a week. She invited me to dinner with her and her husband, just the 3 of us. No grand speeches, no forced apologies, just a chance to talk, to laugh, to start over. Olivia and I had our own journey, too. We didn't get back together, not right away. We took some space. And in that space, we talked more honestly than we had in years. We're seeing each other again now, carefully, slowly, like two people learning how to trust with their eyes open. Grace asked me last week if I'd consider being a part of her child's life. She's pregnant, due in a few months. Her voice shook when she asked, like she expected me to say no. I didn't. I told her I'd think about it. And then I smiled. I've got a lot of good bedtime stories stocked up. She cried happy tears this time. We're not perfect. There are still scars, but scars mean healing, not forgetting. And now, for the first time in a long time, I don't feel invisible. I feel seen. Not for what I gave, but for who I was, who I am. And sometimes that's the most powerful revenge of all. Not the silent exit, not the cold goodbye, but becoming someone they can no longer ignore. Because in the end, I didn't walk out to make them feel guilty. I walked out to remind myself that I still mattered. And now they know it. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name is Jake, and if I had any doubts about where I stood in my family, they were erased the day I found out about the will. It wasn't even some dramatic sit-down moment where my parents dropped the news themselves. No, I found out entirely by accident, by sheer dumb luck. It happened a few months ago when I was at their house, the same house I had been helping them pay for over the past 5 years. The mortgage, the occasional grocery runs, even fixing up things around the place. I was the one keeping it all together while my brother, Eric, did absolutely nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. No job, no responsibilities, just lounging around waiting for life to hand him everything on a silver platter, which apparently my parents were all too happy to provide. That day, I was helping my dad with some paperwork because, as usual, neither of them could be bothered to figure out how to do things themselves. He had asked me to scan some documents for him, a bunch of legal and financial stuff, and I didn't think twice about it until I saw it. A folder labeled Estate Plan and Last Will and Testament, sitting right there in the stack. Now, I don't normally snoop, but curiosity got the best of me. After all, I had been the one making sure they kept a roof over their heads. It wasn't exactly out of line to wonder how things were set up for the future. So, I opened it, and that's when I saw the words that made my stomach drop. Everything, and I mean everything, was going to Eric. The house, their savings, their assets. Not a single mention of me, except for some generic lines about loving both of their sons equally. Yeah, sure, equally. That's why they made sure their golden child would inherit everything, while the son actually keeping them afloat didn't even get a footnote. I felt like a fool. Here I was, bending over backward for them, making sure their bills got paid on time, making sure they never had to worry about food, while they sat back and planned for a future where I got absolutely nothing. And Eric? He wasn't just lazy, he was entitled. He never lifted a finger to help them, never contributed a dime. But he had somehow convinced them that he deserved it all. Maybe because he was the younger son, maybe because they just always baby him, maybe because he knew exactly how to manipulate them. Whatever the reason, they had made their choice. I sat there staring at the paper, my hand shaking from a mix of rage and betrayal. How long had they planned this? Had they always intended for me to just be their free financial safety net with nothing in return? Did they ever even appreciate what I did for them? I had no idea how long I had been sitting there, but eventually my dad noticed I wasn't scanning anything. "Hey Jake, what's taking so long?" he asked, walking back into the room. I didn't even bother to hide the will. I held it up and looked him dead in the eye. "So this is how it is," I said, my voice unnervingly calm. "Everything to Eric? After everything I've done for you?" My dad's face went pale for a second, but then he sighed like I was some little kid throwing a tantrum. "Jake, it's not what you think, really," I snapped, "because it looks pretty damn clear to me. I've been paying your mortgage, helping with groceries, fixing the house up while Eric does nothing, and you still decided he's the only one who matters." Dad looked uncomfortable, but instead of actually explaining himself, he just muttered, "It's complicated." That was it. No apology, no attempt to justify it beyond those two useless words. Just a weak excuse and an expectant look like he was waiting for me to drop it and go back to being their personal ATM. I should have walked out right then and there, but I wanted to hear it from both of them, so I called out for my mom. When she came in and saw the will in my hands, her reaction wasn't much better. She at least had the decency to look guilty, but the words that came out of her mouth made my blood boil. Jake, honey, you don't need the inheritance, she said gently, like she was doing me a favor. You have a good job, you're independent. Eric, well, he struggles. We just want to make sure he's taken care of. That was the moment something inside me snapped. They weren't even in it. They knew exactly what they were doing, and in their minds it was completely justified. They had spent years enabling Eric's laziness, and now they were planning to reward it by handing him everything while I got tossed aside like an afterthought. I took a deep breath, clenched my jaw, and set the will down on the table. Got it, I said, my voice eerily calm. Glad to know where we stand. Then I turned and walked out of the house, ignoring their protests as I slammed the door behind me. They had made their decision. Now it was time for me to make mine. I didn't go back to their house after that. I didn't call, I didn't check in. For the first time in years, I let them handle their own damn problems. If they needed something fixed, they could figure it out. If they needed groceries, they could find their own way to the store. And most importantly, if that mortgage bill showed up, well, I wasn't the one paying it anymore. The silence lasted about 2 weeks. At first, I think they assumed I was just pouting and would come crawling back like always. Maybe they expected me to cool off and apologize for daring to question their decision. But when the days kept passing with no word from me, and more importantly, no financial help, you could practically feel the shift in their attitude. Then one afternoon, my phone buzzed. Dad texted, "The property taxes are due." That was it. No, he didn't text, "Hey, how have you been?" No, "Sorry for what happened." No, "We really appreciate everything you've done." Just a cold, transactional message, as if I were still the walking bed they could tap into whenever they pleased. I stared at the screen for a moment, almost amused at how predictable they were. They really thought they could just demand money like nothing had happened, that I'd keep playing my part as their financial safety net even after they made it clear I was disposable. I coldly typed back, "I'm sure Eric will handle it, since the house is his and all." Took exactly 5 minutes before my mom called. I let it ring. Then another text came through. Mom texted, "Jake, please don't be like this. We need to talk." Oh, now they wanted to talk? Now that their bills were piling up and reality was finally slapping them in the face? I waited an hour before replying, "There's nothing to talk about. You made your choice. Now you can live with it." I figured that would be the end of it for the day. I had made my stance crystal clear, and there wasn't a single part of me that felt guilty about it. But then Eric decided to chime in. His text came in late that evening, and the second I saw his name pop up on my phone, I knew it was going to be something obnoxious. Sure enough, when I opened it, I was greeted with pure entitlement. Eric texted, "Dude, why are you being such a drama queen? It's not a big deal. Just help them out like you always do." I nearly laughed. Not a big deal. He was really acting like I had no right to be mad about this. I typed back, "No, I think you've got it covered since you're the favorite and all." Eric texted, "Oh my God, are you seriously mad about the will? Grow up, man. It's just money." Oh, now it was just money. Now that it was his to inherit, it suddenly didn't matter? The hypocrisy was astounding. I shot back, "Then you won't mind using some of that money to pay for the mortgage, right?" Silence. A few minutes later, my mom texted me again, this time going full guilt trip mode. Mom texted, "Jake, we're your parents. Family takes care of each other. We did so much for you growing up, and now you're just abandoning us." I had to take a deep breath to stop myself from throwing my phone across the room. Abandoning them? I had spent years making sure they never had to struggle, all while they coddled Eric and rewarded his laziness. And now that they finally had to deal with the consequences of their own decisions, I was the bad guy. I wasn't falling for it, not this time. I responded, "You made it clear I wasn't part of the family when you left me out of the will. Now Eric can take care of you." I could imagine my mom gasping dramatically at that. She always had a flair for acting like the victim, even when she was the one in the wrong. A few minutes later, my dad sent another text, and this one had me seething. Dad texted, "We're not asking for much, just enough to cover the mortgage for a few more months until we figure things out. Don't be selfish." Selfish. The word made my blood boil. I had been bailing them out for years, sacrificing my own money, time, and energy to make their lives easier. I had done everything a good son was supposed to do, and how did they repay me? By making sure I got nothing in return. And now, when I was finally standing up for myself, I was the selfish one. I clenched my jaw, took a deep breath, and typed back, "No, I'm done." Then I turned off my phone. They had made their choice. Now they were going to live with it. The silence lasted a day. I knew my parents wouldn't give up that easily, but I wasn't expecting what happened next. The next morning, I woke up to a notification on my phone. A bank transfer request. I frowned, unlocking my phone to check. It was from my mom. She had actually sent me a request for money, like I was some ATM. The amount, $3,500. I stared at it in disbelief, half laughing at the audacity. No message, no explanation, just a cold, shameless demand for the exact amount they needed to cover their overdue mortgage. They weren't even asking anymore. They were just assuming I'd cave. I declined it without hesitation. Not even 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Mom. I let it ring. Then came another text. Mom texted, "Jake, I know you saw the request. Why did you decline it?" I took my time before replying, "Because it's not my responsibility. Try Eric." Another call declined. Then another text. Mom texted, "We're going to lose the house if you don't help us." Oh, now it was an emergency? After all those years of treating me like a walking wallet, now they were finally facing the consequences? I typed back, "Maybe you should have thought about that before deciding I didn't matter." A few seconds later, Dad chimed in, "Jake, you're really going to let your parents become homeless?" That one actually made me laugh out loud. The manipulation was so blatant it was almost funny. They weren't broke. They weren't about to be thrown on the streets. They just didn't want to dip into their own savings because they were so used to me covering everything. I ignored them for the rest of the day. That night, I got a text from Eric. "Dude, just send them the money already. You're making this a bigger deal than it is." I clenched my jaw. This entitled little prick really thought he could lecture me. I typed back, "You mean the same money you're inheriting? Why don't you send it?" His response came fast. Eric texted, "You know I don't have that kind of cash right now." Oh, so now it was about affordability? He was perfectly fine with me draining my accounts, but the second it was his turn, suddenly he had nothing to offer? I replied, "Guess you better figure it out then, bro. You're the one they chose." No response. I went to bed feeling oddly at peace, like I had finally broken free from years of manipulation. But the next day, things escalated. I was at work when I got a call from my apartment's front desk. "Hey, Jake. Your parents are here." I nearly dropped my phone. She hesitated before adding, "They're saying it's an emergency, and that you won't answer their calls." Oh my God. They showed up at my apartment just because I stopped paying their bills? I took a deep breath, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Please don't let them up. I'm not expecting them." There was an awkward pause. They're being kind of pushy." I clenched my jaw. "I don't care. They can leave." I hung up and immediately got a text from Mom. "We downstairs. Open the door." No question, no explanation, just another demand. I didn't reply. Another text from Mom. "Jake, we're not leaving until you talk to us." I exhaled sharply, standing up from my desk. They weren't going to back down. Fine. I was about to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. I grabbed my keys and stormed downstairs, my blood boiling. I wasn't scared. I was furious. The sheer audacity of these people to show up at my home uninvited, demanding money like I was their personal ATM. Not even a phone call first. Not even a half-hearted apology. Just a full-on ambush. They really thought they could just corner me into submission like I was some naive kid. I yanked the door open, and there they were. Mom, Dad, and of course Eric, all standing in a tight little formation like they were about to stage a family intervention. Mom had her arms crossed, her classic disappointed mother look locked and loaded. Dad was standing stiff, hands in his pockets, his expression a mix of frustration and entitlement, like he couldn't believe I was actually making him do this in person. And Eric, the little leech, had the nerve to look bored, like this whole situation was just mildly inconvenient for him, like he wasn't the reason any of this was happening. The moment Mom saw me, she went full theatrics. "Jake, finally. We need to talk." I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. "No. You need to leave." She blinked, as if she physically couldn't comprehend what I just said. "Excuse me? You heard me?" My voice was calm, controlled, but firm. "You don't get to just show up at my apartment demanding money. That's insane." Dad let out a sharp scoff. "Are you really going to let us lose the house over a petty grudge?" I let out a cold laugh. "Petty grudge? Oh, you mean the one where you decided I was good enough to pay your bills but not good enough to be in your will? That grudge." Mom gasped, clutching her chest like I had just slapped her. "Jake, that's not fair. We only did what we thought was best for the family." I tilted my head. "Best for the family? You mean best for Eric? Just say it." Silence. A long, heavy silence. Eric, who had been weirdly quiet up until now, finally spoke up. "Look, man, I don't even want to be involved in this. I didn't ask for anything." I turned to him, finally letting loose. "No, you just sit back and take everything that's handed to you. You're 28 years old. Eric. Get a damn job." His face turned red. "Dude, what the hell?" I took a step closer. "You heard me. You want to inherit the house? Start acting like a homeowner. You want to be the golden child? Start paying their damn bills. I'm done being your personal bank." Eric looked away, suddenly very interested in the pavement. Mom took a deep breath, recalibrating her guilt trip. "Jake, he's your brother." I nodded. "Yep. And I've supported him longer than you ever have." Dad's face darkened. "You're being selfish." I laughed. A real, genuine laugh. "Oh, that's rich coming from you." I gestured between them. "You two decided that Eric deserved everything and I deserved nothing. And now that it's time to pay the price for that choice, you're trying to manipulate me into fixing it for you." "Not happening." Mom's voice sharpened. "We thought you'd be mature about this." I raised an eyebrow. "Mature? You mean quietly accept that I was betrayed and keep paying your bills? Because let's be real, that's what you wanted." Dad stepped forward, trying to loom over me like he used to when I was a kid. "Jake, we raised you. We fed you, clothed you, gave you everything. The least you can do is help us now." I looked him dead in the eye. "I already did. For years. And you repaid me by cutting me out." Mom's lip trembled. "We thought you'd understand." I exhaled, shaking my head. "Oh, I understand perfectly. I understand that I was never family to you. Just a paycheck." Silence again. A suffocating, undeniable silence. I turned to Eric, who was still pretending to be invisible. "And you? What's your excuse? You had years to grow up, to get your life together, to contribute, but you didn't. Because you knew they'd take care of you. And when they're gone, you just expected me to step in." "Huh." Eric finally snapped. "What do you want me to say, man? I didn't ask for this." I nodded slowly. "Right? You didn't ask. You just benefited." His mouth opened, then closed. Nothing. He had nothing. Mom tried one last guilt trip. "Jake, we're family. Family takes care of each other." I stared at her for a long moment before answering. "Exactly. So why didn't you take care of me?" She froze. No words, no comeback, nothing. I let out a slow breath, feeling lighter than I had in years. "We're done here." I turned and walked back inside, closing the door behind me. Before I even made it back to my couch, my phone buzzed. A new text from Dad. "Wow. After everything we've done for you, you're really going to abandon us." I smirked, typing back, "No, you abandoned me. I'm just finally accepting it." I hit send. Then I blocked their numbers. But I had no idea that blocking them was only going to make things worse. It didn't take long for things to spiral out of control. Less than a day after I blocked them, I started seeing posts on Facebook. My parents had never been the most tech-savvy, but they sure knew how to air their grievances online, especially when they were feeling self-righteous. At first, I thought it was just my parents being dramatic. I mean, that was their go-to move, airing out family drama for everyone to see. But the longer I scrolled through their feeds, the more I realized this wasn't just about me not helping with bills anymore. The posts were disguised as family love, but they were thinly veiled shots at me. Mom had posted something about how she didn't raise her son to be so selfish, and how true family helps each other no matter what. A few of her friends commented along the lines of how I was a disappointment and so out of touch with what really matters. Then, Dad chimed in with his own post. So-called fam should never turn their back when you need them most. We gave everything to our children, and this is how we're repaid. My son, who should be helping us in our golden years, has chosen to abandon us. He tagged me, adding a passive-aggressive, "I hope you're happy." But the real kicker came from Eric. I should have known he'd get in on the drama. He shared a post that was brimming with falsehoods. Some people think that family is just about money. They don't understand that family is about love and sacrifice. I'd do anything for my parents, but some people just don't get that. They're too wrapped up in themselves to realize that true love is about helping those who raised you. He even threw in a disguised jab at me. I wish some people could learn what it really means to be family. I love my parents, and I'm grateful for everything they've done. That was it. That was my breaking point. I sat there staring at the screen in disbelief. How had it gotten to this point? They turned this entire situation around, made me the villain, the selfish son who wasn't willing to support his sacrificial parents, the son who didn't appreciate all the love they gave me over the years. How could they? I had always been the one who worked hard, the one who contributed, the one who never complained. I had to swallow the fact that somehow they had convinced themselves they were in the right, and now they were telling everyone that I was the problem. I didn't want to react immediately. I took a step back, collected my thoughts, and waited for a few hours. I wanted to make sure I didn't just rush into something out of anger. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't let them get away with this. If they were going to drag my name through the mud, I was going to set the record straight. So I pulled out my phone and I started typing. I opened my own Facebook account, the one I kept for close friends and real family, and I posted a lengthy update. I wasn't interested in playing their game. I didn't want to get bogged down in petty back and forths. What I wanted to do was tell the truth. Here's what I wrote. I know I've been quiet for the past couple of days, but I can't stay quiet any longer. My family has been sharing a lot of things online about me that are simply not true. They've portrayed me as the villain, the selfish one who refuses to help my parents in their time of need. I'm here to set the record straight. I've always helped my family. From the moment I could get a job, I've been the one helping with bills, paying for groceries, and supporting them in every way I could. But there comes a point where you can't keep giving without being respected. Over the years, I've watched my parents favor Eric, giving him everything. The house, the money, the attention. Meanwhile, I was expected to just keep giving without ever being considered as equal. I'm sure some of you might be reading this and thinking, well, that's just how family works. But here's the truth. Family should be a two-way street. When I found out that my parents left everything to Eric in their will, I realized how one-sided this entire relationship had been. They didn't even consider me, not even for a moment. They've made it clear that I'm just the one they can count on when things get rough, but never the one they actually want around unless it's convenient for them. For years, I've been the one funding their lifestyle. I've paid for vacations, chipped in for bills, and even helped out with things like the house taxes. And for what? To be treated like a backup plan? I'm done. I'm not just some wallet they can pull money from whenever they need it. I'm a human being, and I deserve respect. I've earned the right to be treated like I matter, not just when they need something from me. As for Eric, it's time for him to grow up. He's 28 years old, and he's never worked a day in his life. He's never taken responsibility for anything. My parents have enabled him for so long that it's no surprise he's the one they favor. But here's the thing. He's had plenty of time to get his life together, and now it's time for him to stand on his own 2 feet. To everyone who has been following this drama and supporting my parents, you need to understand that there's always 2 sides to every story. Yes, family is important, but it's also about mutual respect. I've given enough for a lifetime, and I'm not apologizing for taking a step back. This is not me turning my back on family. This is me finally choosing myself. And to my parents, I wish you the best, but I am done being your doormat. I hit post, and instantly I felt a sense of relief. For the first time in my life, I was telling the world the truth about my family, about how they had taken advantage of me for years, how they had always expected me to be the one to save them without ever once thinking about what I needed. I wasn't going to let their narrative control my life anymore. The reactions were instant. Some people who I hadn't talked to in years came forward to express their support. A few of my cousins, friends of my parents, even some distant relatives like the post, sending me private messages telling me they were sorry for what I had been through. It felt so freeing to finally have the truth out there, not buried under guilt trips and manipulative behavior. But then came the backlash. My parents and Eric went ballistic. Eric messaged me, "You're a traitor. You really had to air all our business out like this. You have no respect for family." Dad called me, practically yelling into the phone, "You've ruined everything, Jake. You'll regret this. You'll regret cutting us off. You'll regret turning your back on your own family." But I didn't regret it. Not for a second. I blocked them all. I was done, and for the first time in my life I was free. Free from the toxic grip that had me for so long. As the days passed, I could feel the weight lifting off my shoulders. I was done with being treated as less than. I was done with being the one who was always expected to fix everyone else's problems. And now I finally had the freedom to live my own life on my terms. So no, I don't feel bad for cutting them off. I deserve better. I still do. And from now on, I'm choosing to surround myself with people who appreciate me for who I am, not for what I can give them. It's time for me to move forward for good. And I will. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My parents bought my brother a brand new BMW for his graduation. While I opened my gift, a bill for their debts, my mom smiled and said, "It's only fair." I packed my things and disappeared. Weeks later, they called. Panicked. "Please, we didn't mean it." I never thought I would be the one to cut ties with my family. I always imagined I'd be the dutiful son, the one who would stick around, help out when needed, and always be there for my parents no matter what. But life has a funny way of revealing people's true colors when money is involved. My name is Fernando, and I have a twin brother, Matthias. Growing up, we were always treated a little differently. Matthias was the golden child, athletic, popular, the one who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. I, on the other hand, was the quieter one. I preferred books over sports and computers over parties. It's not that I resented Matthias. I didn't, but I always knew that between the two of us, he was the favorite. Still, I never thought it would come to this. We both graduated from college at the same time on the same day. It was supposed to be a moment for our family. Matthias took the traditional path, studying business, while I took a different approach. I started working online as a freelancer when I was 16 and saved every penny I could. By the time we graduated, I had a decent amount of savings, not enough to be rich, but enough to be comfortable. The day after graduation, our parents surprised Matthias with a brand new luxury car, a sleek black BMW. He was ecstatic, jumping up and down, hugging our parents like they had just handed him the keys to a mansion. I was happy for him, truly, but I couldn't help but wonder, what about me? I didn't expect a car. That wasn't my style. Maybe a watch, a heartfelt letter, even just a simple "we're proud of you" would have been nice. But when my dad handed me an envelope, I felt an uneasy pit in my stomach. Inside was a bill, a long list of numbers, amounts, and a final total that left me confused. "What is this?" I asked. My mom smiled as if she had just given me the best gift in the world. "It's only fair, Fernando. You've been working for years. You've saved up so much. It's time for you to help the family." My dad nodded. "Matthias hasn't saved anything yet. He'll need help getting started in life. But you're responsible, you have money. This is just a small way to contribute." I felt my blood run cold. They weren't giving me a gift. They were handing me their debt. They expected me to pay for them while rewarding Matthias with a luxury car, and they actually thought this was fair. I looked at Matthias expecting, I don't know, maybe a little guilt, or perhaps a "hey, this isn't right." But he just shrugged and said, Come on, man. You always say you don't care about money. That was when I made my decision. I took a deep breath, folded the paper neatly, and slid it back into the envelope. Thank you for this, I said evenly. It's a real eye-opener. My mom beamed. I knew you'd understand. I smiled back, then packed my bags and left. I didn't yell, I didn't argue. I just walked out. They didn't try to stop me. I don't think they fully realized what I was doing. Not yet, anyway. But that would change soon enough. 2 weeks later, I got the first desperate call. I ignored the first, then the second. By the third, my voicemail was full of messages from my parents, my brother, even my aunt. At first, they were casual. Hey, Fernando, we just wanted to check in. Call us back. Then they became more urgent. Fernando, why aren't you answering? We need to talk. And finally came the desperation. Please, Fernando, we didn't mean it like that. Just call us back. But I didn't. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of pretending nothing had happened. For the first time in my life, I was putting myself first. The first week after I left, I stayed in a cheap Airbnb in another city. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do yet, but I knew one thing. I wasn't going back. I had enough savings to figure things out, but my parents, they weren't as lucky. By the second week, Matthias started calling. At first, it was all bravado. Dude, stop being dramatic. Just come back already. I blocked his number. Then my mom switched tactics. Fernando, sweetheart, we're struggling. You know we've always supported you. Can't you just help us out a little? That was rich coming from the woman who had smiled while handing me a bill instead of congratulations. Then the real panic set in. One evening, while checking my emails, I saw a message from my dad with the subject, "Please read this." I hesitated, but curiosity got the best of me. Fernando, we're in trouble. We took out some loans we can't pay back and thought we could handle it, but things are getting worse. Matthias doesn't have the means to help us and you've always been so independent and responsible. We misjudged the situation and for that I'm sorry, but we need you. Please, at least call us back. I stared at the email for a long time. It was the first time they had even come close to admitting they were wrong. But still, it wasn't a real apology. They weren't sorry for how they had treated me. They were sorry because I had left and now their perfect golden child wasn't enough to fix their problems. For years, I had watched my parents favor Matthias, give him everything, excuse his mistakes, while expecting me to be the responsible one. And now, when their choices finally caught up to them, who did they turn to? Me, because Matthias, the son they had prioritized for years, wasn't capable of helping them. I closed the email without responding. A few days later, I got the call that changed everything. It was my aunt. For the first time, I hesitated before ignoring it. I stared at my phone for a moment before deciding to pick up. I didn't know what to expect from her. She wasn't as involved in the drama, but she had always been somewhat of a peacemaker between me and my parents. Fernando. Her voice was soft, almost pleading. Can we talk for a minute? I sighed. About what? About your parents. They're worried about you. Yeah, I said, keeping my tone level. But I think they're a little more worried about themselves right now. There was a long pause. Then she said, please don't be like this. They made a mistake. They thought you would understand. They didn't mean for things to go this way. I could hear the desperation in her voice, but I wasn't backing down. Not now, not after everything that had happened. Taking a deep breath, I asked the question that had been swirling in my mind for days. Aunt Camila, tell me something. Why did they buy Matthias a car if they were struggling? If they were in debt, how is that even possible? How could they think that was okay? There was another long pause. Then finally she spoke, but her voice was shaky. I don't know, Fernando. They always wanted to give Matthias the best and thought it would be a good way to celebrate his graduation. They never imagined you would leave over it. I felt the weight of her words, but it didn't change anything. My parents had always put Matthias first, given him whatever he wanted. And me? What did I get for graduating? A bill. I couldn't keep the bitterness out of my voice. She was quiet for a moment, not knowing how to respond. They didn't know how to show you they were proud of you, Fernando. They thought you would understand because you've always been responsible, but they were wrong, and they regret it. I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. It's not about that. It's about respect. It's about how they've treated me all these years, how they've always put Matthias on a pedestal and expected me to take care of everything else. I could feel anger rising, but I kept my voice steady. They didn't give me a car, they didn't give me an opportunity, not even a proper thank you for everything I've done. Instead, they gave me their problems, and now they want me to fix them. Aunt Camila was silent for a long time. Fernando, I think they're finally realizing they've messed up. They just don't know how to fix it. Please come home. Let them make it up to you. I wasn't sure if I could. The emotional toll was too heavy, but something inside softened just a little. Maybe, I said, but they have to show me they're serious. This can't just be another excuse. If they really want to fix things, they need to prove it. Aunt Camila sighed in relief. Thank you, Fernando. I know this isn't easy. Before I could respond, she added, but there's something you should know. What? Matthias called me too. He's been asking if you'll come back. He's not as indifferent as you think. I frowned. Really? He's actually concerned. Yes, she said quietly. But it's more than that. He's starting to see the bigger picture. He's starting to realize just how much you've done for the family and how much he's taken for granted. I didn't know what to think. Matthias, the golden boy, realizing his actions? Sounded too good to be true, but maybe, just maybe, things could change. I still didn't know if I was ready to go back, but something told me this story wasn't over yet. And in our next conversation, I would hear something that would finally push me to make a choice. The days passed as I stayed in my little Airbnb, sorting through my thoughts, still refusing to call back. But then something unexpected happened. It was Thursday evening when my phone buzzed. I didn't recognize the number, but answered anyway. Fernando. It was Matthias. Yeah, I replied coolly. His voice shook, and there was a long pause before he spoke again. Fernando, I'm sorry, but things got worse. My heart sank, but part of me couldn't help but feel vindicated. What happened? Matthias hesitated, then finally admitted, Mom and Dad. They didn't listen. I tried talking to them, but they're stubborn. They kept insisting they'd manage, but now. He took a deep breath before saying the words that would change everything. They had to sell the car. My chest tightened, but part of me felt satisfied. They sold the car. I repeated coldly. Yeah. Matthias's voice cracked. They had no choice. The bills piled up and we couldn't keep up with payments anymore. They sold it to cover some of their debt. It's gone. I was silent. I don't know what to say, man. I listened to the heavy silence after Matthias spoke those words. They sold the car, the same car my parents bought for him while they handed me a bill. The car that symbolized everything I had always known. That Matthias was the priority, and I was just the backup, the one they could count on to fix their problems and then be forgotten when they didn't need me. I could have felt sorry for them. I could have felt guilty, but I didn't. Instead, I felt a cold certainty settle in my chest. This was just the beginning of their downfall, and my voice came out harsher than I expected. Matthias was silent for a few seconds. I could almost picture his face. Confused, like he had expected me to react differently. They're in bad shape, man. I don't know what to do. They're desperate. I tried talking to them, but they won't listen. They still think everything will somehow fix itself, but it won't, Fernando. Everything is falling apart. He sounded different. No longer the arrogance of a brother who always knew he would get everything handed to him. Now his voice was filled with fear, with helplessness. Not my problem, Matthias. I could hear his breathing on the other end. Unsteady. Don't say that. They're our parents. I laughed. A dry, humorless laugh. Oh, now they're our parents? When I was just the one expected to clean up their mess, you didn't say that. But now that they can't spoil you anymore, suddenly they're our parents. I know I messed up. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper. You only realize that because they can't take care of you anymore. Silence again. He knew I was right. I wanted to hang up, to end the conversation there, but a part of me wanted to hear how bad things had gotten. Tell me, Matthias, what else happened? He hesitated, but then he let it all out. Bills are overdue. The mortgage is, too. They took out more loans trying to keep everything going. Now the banks are calling nonstop, and they don't know what to do. Yesterday, Dad collapsed. I've never seen him like that. He didn't talk to anyone all day. He just sat in the living room, staring at the wall. My heart clenched for a second, but I didn't let it show. They have to deal with it, Matthias. I already did my part for years. Now it's their turn. He let out a long sigh. Fernando, I know you're angry, but if this keeps going, they'll lose everything. Maybe that's what they deserve. The coldness in my voice shocked him, but it was the truth. My parents had always acted as if they were untouchable, as if their decisions had no real consequences because, in the end, I was always there to catch them. But not anymore. And now they were falling. Are you really not going to do anything? Matthias asked, disbelief heavy in his voice. I took a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. They have you. You were always the chosen one, the favorite. Now it's your turn to handle this. I hung up before he could respond. The next few days, the calls increased. My father called. My mother left crying voicemails. Matthias kept trying. I didn't answer. Then came the unexpected visit. It was an ordinary afternoon when I heard loud knocking on the door of my Airbnb. I got up, already feeling something bad was coming. When I opened the door, my Aunt Camila stood there, a serious expression on her face. Can we talk? She asked. I didn't want to, but something about the way she looked at me made me step aside and let her in. She walked in, looked around, and sighed. They're in bad shape, Fernando. Really bad. I crossed my arms. I've heard that before. This time it's serious. Your dad collapsed yesterday. He passed out. My breath caught for a second, but I kept my face blank. And he's in the hospital? My chest tightened, but my expression didn't change. That's his own fault, Fernando. They know they messed up. They're paying for it. But what does it cost you to at least see them? I'm not their bank, Aunt Camila. I'm not their magic solution. I know that, but you're still their son. That hurt. Not because I felt like I owed them anything, but because for a second, it reminded me that, despite everything, a part of me still cared. But caring didn't change anything. I looked at her and shook my head. If they want me to forgive them, they need to do more than cry and beg. They need to prove they've changed, because I'm not that kid anymore. I'm not the one who accepts being pushed aside while Matthias is treated like a king. She studied me for a moment before sighing. Then what do you want, Fernando? I stared out the window thinking, what did I want? Justice? Revenge? Just the satisfaction of knowing they finally saw they couldn't use me anymore? I didn't know yet, but one thing was certain. I wasn't running back to save anyone. If they wanted to fix something, they'd have to do it without dragging me into it again. She looked at me a little longer, then stood up. So it's decided. You're not going to help? No, not until they show me that they don't just see me as their safety net. She nodded slowly and walked toward the door. Before leaving, she gave me one last look. I just hope they realize it in time, before it's too late. Then she was gone. I stood there, feeling like this wasn't over, because if I knew my parents, I knew one thing for sure. They wouldn't give up that easily. The question was, what would they do now that they couldn't rely on me anymore? The weeks passed and I moved on with my life. I focused on my work, invested every penny wisely, and little by little I built something solid. It wasn't easy at first, but the peace of knowing I had total control over my own future was something no amount of money could buy. Meanwhile, my family kept sinking deeper and deeper. I knew this because, even though I never answered their calls, the messages kept coming. At first, they were desperate pleas. Fernando, please, just a loan, just until we get back on our feet. Then came the emotional manipulation. Are you really going to abandon us like this? We're your family. And when that didn't work, the insults followed. You're selfish. You've always been cold and ungrateful. I didn't fall for any of their traps. It didn't surprise me. The first person to get ahead in a struggling family is always turned into everyone else's savior, as if the fact that I had built something on my own meant I was now morally obligated to carry everyone else. But I didn't accept that role. I worked alone. No one gave me a hand when I was saving every penny, when I worked tirelessly to build something for myself. No one helped me when I left home with nothing, with no idea what I would do next. But now that I was stable, suddenly I was the villain for not wanting to support them. The irony was almost comical. My Aunt Camila was the last one to try to change my mind. She called me on a Sunday night after months without contact. I didn't answer, but then she sent me a long message. "Fernando, I know you're hurt, but your family is suffering. Your parents have lost almost everything. Matthias is trying to hold things together, but he doesn't have the same resources you do. Are you really going to let them fall like this? They have always been your family, no matter what happened. You could make a difference, but you're choosing to turn your back on them. Can you live with that?" I read the message and stared at the screen for a long time. My response was short. "Camila, I am not financially responsible for anyone but myself. No one helped me when I needed it. I have no obligation to fix other people's problems now. I hope they understand that someday." I hit send and muted all notifications. After that, the break was final. My family completely excluded me. The messages stopped, the calls disappeared, and the few relatives who once pretended to care about me now acted like I didn't exist. I was treated as a traitor, a selfish person who abandoned his family in their worst moment. If an outsider heard their version of the story, they might think I was a terrible person, but no one from the outside saw the years of neglect, of indifference, the years where I was only a resource while Matthias was the beloved son. The truth was, deep down, my family never saw me as one of them. I was just an investment, and when that investment didn't give them the expected return, they decided I was worthless. The most ironic part of all this, they still believed they were right because in their minds I had money, I had made it, so I had to help. That's how many families work. The first one to break the cycle of poverty is always expected to be the savior, as if simply achieving something meant they were now obligated to share it and take care of everyone else. But no one thinks about the other side. No one thinks about the effort, the sacrifices, the years of struggle it takes to build something alone. And most importantly, no one thinks about whether that person even wants to carry that burden. I didn't. I chose to live my life without giving in to the emotional manipulation of people who only saw me as a walking ATM. And in the end, I realized something liberating. I never needed them, and that's exactly why I succeeded. Now on to the next story. Story 7. I showed up to my parents' vow renewal. The place cards had everyone's name except mine. My cousin snorted. "Guest seatings only for family now." My mom said, "You could have earned a spot if you gave more." I took a photo, walked out, and reversed the catering payment, $5,700. Then I canceled the surprise honeymoon I booked for them. By morning, they were on the curb with luggage and no flight. The moment I saw the cards, I knew they were all laid out on this white draped table at the entrance of the lakeside venue. Every little tinted card in gold calligraphy placed perfectly under the afternoon sun. There must have been at least 60 of them. Names of every relative I'd ever shared a stale holiday meal with. Even my cousin Brett, who got kicked out of high school and once tried to sell my PlayStation on Facebook. He had a seat, a nice one, too. Front row. I scanned the whole table once, then again, then slower. Nothing. No Kevin. No placeholder. Not even a misprint. Behind me, someone gave a low chuckle. I turned. Mia was standing there with her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised. "I guess it's just for family now," she said like she was reading a line off a menu. I just stared at her. She didn't flinch. She actually looked proud of it. I walked straight to my mom, who was adjusting plastic flowers along the aisle runner. She didn't even look up when I asked her about the cards. "You could have earned a place if you had tried harder." Tried harder. Like this was some kind of job interview I'd blown. Like the last year of my life. Watching my marriage collapse, losing custody of my kids, working 70-hour weeks just to stay upright, was just a personal failure to put in enough effort. No one asked me to do anything for this event. They didn't need to. I did it because I thought that maybe, just maybe, I could still matter in some way. I paid $5,700 to the catering company. I arranged for the cake, the sound system, even the officiant. And they had no idea because I wanted it to feel like magic for them. And the honeymoon. 2 weeks in Italy, First-class flights, wine tastings, a villa in Tuscany. Everything handled down to the transportation between towns, all prepaid. I had the confirmation sitting in my inbox. I was going to give it to them after the ceremony. Let them feel like royalty for once. But I wasn't even worth a name card. I didn't say anything after that. I pulled out my phone, snapped a quick photo of the setup, and walked away. No goodbye, no scene. I left the venue, drove straight to the hotel, and sat on the edge of the bed for a full 20 minutes without moving. Then I got to work. First, the catering company. I called, told them to proceed with the delivery, but to issue a refund. They said I could cancel outright, but I didn't want to ruin the party. I just didn't want to pay for it. Then the honeymoon. I canceled every single reservation. Airfare, hotels, tours. Non-refundable? Not a problem. I paid with a card that offered travel protection. Took 30 minutes. By the time I was done, I had nearly $13,000 back in my account. The next morning, I packed, checked out, and decided to take one last drive through the neighborhood just to see. They were right there on the sidewalk in front of their house. Luggage stacked like a department store display. My mom had this big floppy sun hat on. The kind you only wear when you expect people to admire how carefree you look. My dad was pacing, holding his phone in the air, probably trying to get a signal to call the airline that didn't have their reservation. I didn't stop. I didn't wave. And that was the day everything began to shift. They thought I was too weak, too broken to fight back. They thought I'd keep giving and giving because I had no one else. But they forgot something. A man who has nothing left has nothing to lose. The text started before my plane even landed. I just shut off airplane mode when my phone buzzed hard enough to slide an inch across the tray table. First one was from Mia. Mom says you left early. Everything okay? Then Brett. Oh well, what happened at the wedding? Then a long, painfully earnest one from my Aunt Carol about how everyone's under a lot of stress lately, and your mother didn't mean anything by it. Nobody asked if I was all right. Nobody asked how it felt to be erased. The concern wasn't about what happened. It was about optics, damage control. I didn't answer any of them. Back home, I buried myself in work, the kind of work you lose track of time in. I was done being the backup plan, the family ATM. I started taking on the worst projects at the firm. Clients no one else wanted. High-pressure deadlines, impossible demands. Didn't matter. I needed it. Every time I hit another target, every time a client sent in a referral or a bonus hit my account, it was another quiet screw you to the people who thought I'd stay small forever. By October, I'd saved enough to pay off my divorce attorney and open an account for my kids. A real one, private, untouchable. I didn't post about it, didn't brag. That's not how revenge works when you do it right. But the silence didn't sit well with them. Around Thanksgiving, things shifted. The texts changed tone. Mia again, this time playing the emotional angle. Grandma's not doing great. You should come by. It would mean a lot. But I already knew Grandma was fine. My cousin Jake had called me 2 days before. Said she was sharp as ever, still beating people at cards at her assisted living center. Mia was just hoping guilt would work where pride didn't. Then came the guilt bombs from my dad. He finally called. I almost didn't answer, but I was curious. He didn't waste time. We're in a bit of a bind, Kev. Wondered if you had some flexibility. Flexibility? The man asked me for money like he was requesting a spotter at the gym. He told me the vow renewal had wiped them out more than expected, that the honeymoon cancellation embarrassed them in front of a lot of important people. Apparently, he'd taken out a short-term loan to cover some of the remaining costs. Interest had ballooned. Now the second mortgage was past due, and they were looking at refinancing options they didn't understand. I listened. I didn't say much. When he paused, I asked what he wanted. Help. A little help. I waited a few seconds before I said it. I'll help, but not with money. He didn't speak. I explained that I could help them organize a budget, maybe work with the bank, even rent out the guest house on their property. I could do all of that, but I wasn't cutting another check. There was a pause, then the sound of the phone shifting. My mom took over. That doesn't really help us, Kevin. Not thank you. Not we appreciate it. Just that. I kept my voice level. Then I hope you figure it out. She didn't respond. Neither did he. That silence stretched for days, weeks. Then came the public shift. My father, never one for subtlety, made a post on Facebook, a long-winded thing about how not all family sticks with you, and sometimes the ones you raise just disappear when you need them most. It got a bunch of pity comments. I didn't reply. That's when I knew they were still hoping I'd cave, that this was just another one of my sulks, and eventually I'd come crawling back to fix everything again. But I was done playing the fool. They thought I was too weak to fight back. They saw a man who'd been left by his wife, stripped of his kids, drowning in grief, and they mistook that for permanent damage. What they didn't realize is that rock bottom isn't the end. It's the foundation. They still had things left to lose, and I still had time. By mid-January, the stories started getting weirder. One of my younger cousins messaged me out of the blue asking if it was true that I'd taken out a loan in my dad's name and then canceled the honeymoon to avoid paying it back. I stared at the message for a full minute, wondering if it was a joke. It wasn't. She'd heard it from her mom, who heard it from my mom, and now it had morphed into some twisted version of events where I'd sabotaged the trip because I was bitter they were renewing their vows at all. I didn't respond, just added her to the same mute list the rest of the family had landed on. They didn't just want money anymore. They wanted a villain, and they picked me. What they didn't know is that I'd already started peeling back the layers on them. All of them. Quietly, meticulously. A friend of mine from high school worked in real estate now. I asked her to run a soft check on my parents' property. See if anything weird came up. She got back to me the same day. Turns out they'd refinanced not just once, but twice over the past 2 years. Pulled equity out to finance a home office renovation, a new car, and, get this, a boat. A boat. They took out tens of thousands of dollars they didn't have for a boat they didn't even know how to tow. The second mortgage wasn't because of the vow renewal. That was just the latest excuse. They were drowning long before I canceled a single reservation. I let a few weeks pass. Then I made a phone call to the bank. I gave them the tip anonymously. Just a heads up that the Johnsons at 17 Westfield were possibly misreporting the income on their refinance application. I didn't even have to give details, just planted the seed. A few days later, I heard through the grapevine they were under a formal review. Then came the cherry on top. Remember that guest house I offered to help them rent out? They turned me down, said it wasn't their style. I rented it myself, not from them but from the city. Turns out the zoning was technically in my grandfather's name. The guest house sat on a weird little parcel he left behind in the will that no one bothered to dispute. I paid off a few thousand in back taxes, filled out the paperwork, and within a month, I owned the structure they thought was theirs. The best part? I didn't even use it. I let it sit empty, lights off, blinds drawn. Occasionally, I'd swing by just to check the locks and water the shrubs. My parents watched it like hawks, probably wondering why someone would rent a house and not even live in it. It drove them insane. The final straw came one morning in March. I got a text from my dad. "We're really struggling here, Kevin. The house is on the line. We need help. Please." It was the first time he'd used the word please. So I called, said I was open to talking, but not about money. They said they didn't need a lecture. I said, "Then good luck." That's when the tone changed. My father, who once held me in his arms and called me the future of the family, said 7 words I'll never forget. "Fine, so be it. We'll manage without you, you fool." And that was it. No warm resolution. No emotional breakthrough. Just silence and a growing pile of problems that no longer belonged to me. After my father's last words, "Fine, so be it. We'll manage without you, you fool," I waited. Not because I thought they'd apologize, just to see how long it would take before someone cracked. A cousin, an aunt, maybe my mom, in that vague, half-hearted way she always used to make peace without ever taking blame. But they didn't. Silence stretched out like a slow leak in a tire. First, it was almost disorienting. No passive-aggressive texts. No sudden requests for, just a little help until payday. No voicemails with sighs built into the middle of sentences. My phone, once the family emergency hotline, was just quiet. And then came something worse than the noise. Nothing. For the first time in years, I wasn't orbiting their needs. No requests, no fake affection, No twisting of guilt into duty. I realized how addicted I'd been to the role they'd carved out for me. Not because I liked it, but because I didn't know who I was without it. So I started figuring that out. I worked more, but not just to escape. I took on projects I actually liked. I started running again. Nothing serious, just early morning jogs, the kind where the air still smells clean. I signed up for a cooking class. I learned to make risotto from scratch. Stupid, simple stuff. But it was mine. I even started seeing someone. Her name's Danielle. She's a paramedic. No drama, no history, no tangled webs of family politics. She listens. She asks questions, and she doesn't flinch when I tell her the truth about my parents. One night, a couple months into seeing her, I drove her past my old neighborhood. I didn't tell her which house was mine. I didn't need to. She pointed it out before I could. The one with the dying garden. Exactly. The yard used to be pristine. My mom was obsessive about it. Now the grass was yellowed, the flower beds choked with weeds. The American flag that used to hang perfectly above the porch was now half unhooked, flapping like a warning. Even from the street, it looked like a house giving up. 2 days later, I found out the boat was gone. Repoed. Same with the second car. I didn't even have to look that one up. My cousin Jake, one of the few who hadn't cut me off completely, texted me. "You didn't hear it from me?" he wrote. "But your dad went full meltdown mode in the driveway when they took the Lexus. Neighbors called the cops." I didn't respond, but I screenshotted the message and saved it. Not out of spite, just to remind myself, you're not crazy. This is real. They did this. Then in August it came. Plain white envelope. No return address. Just my name written on the front in familiar cursive. Inside was a single page. My mother's handwriting. "Kevin, things have been hard. We've made mistakes. If you're willing to reconsider helping us, we'd be grateful. This family is broken and maybe you can help put it back together. Love, Mom." There it was again. Not "we're sorry." Not "we were wrong." Just a quiet assumption that if I still had a heart, I'd come crawling back. I'd swoop in, fix the leaks, polish the porch, and pretend it was all just a rough patch. Like they hadn't stood there and told me I wasn't even family anymore. I folded the letter and stared at it for a long time. Then I fed it into the shredder and watched it disappear in ribbons. I was finally at peace with the idea that I didn't owe them anything. They built a world where I was only valuable when I was useful. They tore me down behind my back and expected me to keep holding them up. But they don't get to rewrite the rules just because the scaffolding fell. Let them live with what they built and let me live without it. After I shredded the letter, I stood there in the quiet and didn't move. Just stared at the machine as the last edge of my mother's handwriting disappeared into the blades. I expected to feel something. Anger, guilt, maybe a flicker of sadness, but I didn't feel much of anything. Just done. Not in the dramatic, "I'm cutting ties forever" way you see in movies. More like when you finally realize the door you've been trying to open your whole life isn't locked. It just doesn't lead anywhere. You let go of the handle and walk away because there's simply no reason to keep trying. And for the first time, I didn't wonder if they'd reach out again. I didn't hope for an apology. I didn't rehearse what I'd say if they called. I just started living. I deleted every voicemail they'd left. Every old photo from the vow renewal folder. I even cleared out the back of my closet where I'd kept a few boxes of stuff from the house. Childhood junk, old cards, drawings my mom used to tape to the fridge when I was 7. Into the trash. It felt cruel for maybe 5 minutes. Then it felt clean. I wasn't angry anymore. I was focused, sharp. I turned the guest house into something new. Not a rental. Not an office. Just a quiet space with a locked door and no one else's name on the deed. I'd go there on weekends, read, sit on the porch with coffee, watch squirrels scramble across the fence. No one else came near it. And that was the point. Danielle and I kept getting closer. She never met my parents, and at first she found that strange. I told her she was lucky. When she asked why I kept the guest house empty, I told her the truth. It was my reminder, not of them, of who I was when I stopped being what they made me. Then came the legal stunt. An email from a lawyer claiming the guest house was accidentally transferred to me due to an administrative error in my grandfather's estate, that it was intended to stay with the primary residence. They wanted it back. My parents actually paid a lawyer to try and claw it out of my hands. I didn't even get mad. I just laughed. Sent it to my attorney with a single line. Handle this. He did quickly. Not only was their claim nonsense, but we filed a cease and desist and a quiet title reinforcement that froze any further action on the property. Legally speaking, it was mine in every sense now. Irreversible, permanent. That silence they'd served me after the vow renewal? I returned it. Ice cold. Legal. Final. A week later, Jake texted me. No, hey. No, how are you? Just, they said you stole the house. Dad said you're dead to him. Mom's been crying for days. I stared at the screen and didn't type anything. Dead to him. That's fine. The only version of me he cared about died a long time ago. The version that paid, that stayed quiet, that kept the peace while they took and called it love. Mom's crying. I'm sure she is. But not because she misses me. She misses control. She misses the son she could use as an extension of her own needs. I didn't reply to Jake. I blocked his number after that. It wasn't even anger anymore. It was clarity. When you turn the lights off in a room and close the door, the darkness inside stays there. But you don't have to keep checking it. You just stop going back in. That's where I was. Outside the house, sun on my face, keys in my hand, and the lights off behind me. Time does this strange thing when you walk away from people like that. It stretches and folds over itself. Days pass fast, but when you look back, it's like they were years. The space between me and my parents grew like that, quietly, steadily, until one day it didn't even feel like distance anymore. It felt like absence, real complete absence, like they were never there to begin with. I didn't hear another word from them. Not directly. The only updates came through Jake, who kept trying to stay neutral, like he hadn't picked a side when it mattered. He sent another text a month later. They might lose the house. I didn't respond. Then another. Your dad's trying to start some kind of side business. Something with landscaping. Doesn't know what he's doing. And finally, they're talking about moving into an apartment if they can't get a loan. I let it all roll by like news from a distant country. I'd spent enough years reacting to every crisis, real or invented. I wasn't the solution anymore. I wasn't even involved. I was just someone they used to know. And then, as if on schedule, came the second letter. No envelope this time. Just a folded piece of lined paper slipped under the door of the guest house. My name written on it in shaky pen. Kevin, we've made some mistakes. Maybe more than we realized. We're not perfect, and maybe we expected too much, but we're still your family. If there's a way back from this, we're open to it. If you want to talk, let us know. Mom and Dad. I stood there on the porch for a while reading it. Then I flipped it over. On the back, in smaller handwriting, almost as an afterthought. We don't expect money. Just a chance. That part almost got me. Almost. But I'd seen this movie before. The setup is always the same. Act like they want to talk, rebuild, reconnect. Then the truth slips out. The rent is late. The car broke down. The fridge stopped working. And somehow their problems will circle right back to me like gravity. I didn't shred this one. I pinned it to the inside wall of the guest house. Not out of sentiment, but to remind myself what I survived. A week later, I got one final message. This one came from my dad's email. Short. Clipped, like he typed it fast. We tried. You said no. So be it. We'll figure it out without you. Enjoy your empty house, you fool. I stared at that last line for a long time. Not because it hurt. Didn't. It was familiar. Classic him. The guilt trip tucked inside the insult. The suggestion that by not giving them what they wanted, I was the one losing something. But here's the thing. My house isn't empty. There's no yelling inside it. No tension. No fake smiles. No guilt hiding in the corners of every room. There's coffee on Sunday mornings. There's laughter in the kitchen. There's peace, quiet, solid peace without conditions or strings or secrets. They can keep calling it emptiness if it helps them sleep. but I've never felt more full. By fall, everything had settled into a rhythm. The calls and texts had stopped. The legal issues around the guest house were done. My parents had, as promised, figured it out. Sort of. Word from the outskirts was they'd moved into a cramped condo on the edge of town. No yard, no porch, definitely no room for a boat. They still hadn't spoken to me since the last email, the one with "you fool" as the final send-off. I didn't expect that to change. And then one night it did. It was late, past 10 o'clock. I was upstairs reading when I heard the knock. Not the usual soft package delivery tap. It was sharp, repeated, too confident to be accidental. I peeked out the window and almost didn't believe what I saw. Jake, standing on my porch, hoodie on, looking nervous. Alone. I went down, opened the door partway. He didn't even wait for me to speak. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. He looked thinner than the last time I saw him. Dark circles under his eyes. The casual confidence he used to wear had been stripped down to something raw. "They're in trouble," he said. "Real trouble." I didn't say anything. He shifted, shoved his hands in his pockets. "Dad borrowed money. Not from a bank. Someone local. You know, the kind of people who don't send polite letters when you miss a payment." I blinked once. Jake glanced around. "They've been getting visits. Not just knocks. People showing up at the condo threatening stuff. Mom's a wreck. He's pretending it's fine." But he didn't finish the sentence. Then he said the part one didn't expect. "They need a place to go, just for a little while. And they said I should ask if you'd let them stay in the guest house." I actually laughed. Not loud. Just a short breath of disbelief. Jake didn't flinch. "I know it sounds insane, but they're desperate." I looked out at the dark yard. The soft yellow porch light glowing on the gravel path that led to the guest house. That place they tried to steal back. That space they never thought I deserved. And now they wanted in. I looked back at Jake. "You came all the way here for that?" He nodded. I opened the door again, stepped halfway inside. "You can tell them I said no." He looked like he expected that. "And if they show up themselves?" I didn't answer. Just closed the door behind me. Let them knock. Let them beg. It's too late. Now on to the next story. Story 8. For my 30th birthday, my family secretly flew to Tahiti without me. I found out about it on Facebook when I saw a post saying, "A wonderful day for a wonderful family." I wrote, "Why?" My dad replied, "We didn't want to waste our time on a clown." I smiled and replied, "Surprise waiting for you." That same day, I made a decision. 2 weeks later, my sister was screaming. Mom was crying. Dad begged me, "We're family, please." Turning 30 hit me harder than I expected. It wasn't about getting older. It was about realizing that maybe I didn't matter to the people I thought would always be there. I woke up early that morning. Emily was already in the kitchen trying to flip pancakes without burning them. Noah ran into the bedroom with a crumpled card he'd drawn at school. All superheroes and dinosaurs, because that's what I still was in his eyes. I hugged him a little tighter than usual. We sat around the table eating pancakes shaped like blobs. And for a few minutes, I let myself believe that it was enough. That maybe a small, quiet birthday with just the two people who really cared about me was all I needed. But the phone was silent. No missed calls, no texts, nothing from my parents, nothing from my sister Olivia, who I practically raised after my parents got tired halfway through raising me. Emily kept looking at me, trying to make conversation, trying to keep the silence from weighing down the room. I kept brushing her off, pretending I didn't notice. Deep down, I was making excuses for them. Maybe they had a surprise planned. Maybe they wanted me to stop by later. Maybe they were just bad with time zones and had forgotten what day it was. After lunch, when I couldn't stand wondering anymore, I opened Facebook. The first thing on my feed was a photo of my family. My whole family on a beach somewhere that looked ripped right out of a travel magazine. Palm trees, clear water, everyone grinning like idiots. Even my Uncle Rob was there, and he lives 6 states away. The caption underneath said, "A wonderful day for a wonderful family." For a second, I thought maybe it was a remembrance post. Maybe something from years ago was surfacing. But no, it was posted 11 minutes ago. Fresh, bright, happy. I felt my stomach sink. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why I said anything. Maybe part of me still needed an answer. Maybe I wanted them to say it was a mistake. I typed one word. Why? I didn't have to wait long. My father answered right below it as if waiting for me to notice. We didn't want to waste time on the clown. I remember just sitting there blinking. Emily was leaning over my shoulder reading it, and she didn't say a word. She didn't have to. I could feel her whole body tense. I didn't get angry. I didn't cry. I just smiled because finally, there it was. No more guessing where I stood with them. No more giving them the benefit of the doubt. I typed another comment back. You're in for a surprise. Then I closed the app, put my phone face down on the table and stood up. That was when it clicked. I wasn't going to go after her. I wasn't going to sit around and hope they realized they screwed up. If they thought they could cut me out of their lives like I was nothing, they were about to find out what it felt like when the tables were turned. They had no idea what I had done for them behind the scenes all these years. The rent I paid so Olivia could live near her college. The tuition checks I sent each semester without so much as a thank you. The car repairs I covered for my dad when he forgot to pay his insurance. The credit card bills I paid when my mom maxed them out again and told me it was an emergency. It all added up. Silently, month after month, year after year. That morning, standing in my kitchen while my son played with his toys and my wife pretended not to cry in the corner, I decided it was over. 2 weeks, that's all it would take. 2 weeks for the shock to hit them. And when it did, they wouldn't just call me. They'd show up at my door begging. They were going to treat me like a clown. They wanted to find out who was running the show. The first thing I did was call the bank, then the college, then the utilities. Every single payment I had made for them, I stopped. Olivia's tuition gone. She'd gotten used to me quietly paying the balance each semester so she could concentrate on her studies instead of getting a part-time job. Well, now she was about to get a crash course in financial reality. The rent on her off-campus apartment. Cancelled. The landlord had my number, not hers. I made sure he knew she was responsible for the full amount, effective immediately. My parents' bills, same deal. Electric, water, gas, internet, everything. They had no idea the low bills they bragged about were because I pay most of them every month. I even called the car insurance company to let them know the next payment wasn't coming. Emily was watching me the whole time. She didn't say anything at first. She just made sure that Noah was busy building a Lego fort upstairs and then came to sit next to me when I finished the last call. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked. I looked at her and realized there was no doubt in my mind. "You made it easy for me." There was silence for the next 2 weeks. Dead air from her side of the world. Not a single message, not a single phone call. I saw more posts, pictures of them drinking cocktails, smiling in the sun, pretending the sun they abandoned didn't exist. And honestly, for those 2 weeks, I felt lighter than I had in years. But good things never last when you're dealing with people like them. The night they returned, I knew something was wrong before they even pulled into the driveway. Olivia had texted Emily earlier asking if we could talk. Emily showed me the message, laughed, and deleted it. Around 8 p.m., we heard a knock on the front door. Loud, fast, the kind of knocking that says, "You owe me." I didn't make it halfway down the stairs before Emily was at the door. She opened it without a smile. My parents were standing there with Olivia behind them, arms crossed, all 3 of them looking pissed off and sunburned. My mother didn't even say hello. She marched in like she owned the place, Olivia right behind her. My dad hesitated on the porch for a second, then followed when Emily stepped back and crossed her arms. "We need to talk," my mother said. Emily didn't move. "No, you need to listen." My dad began to try to lighten the mood, talking about how they were so surprised to get back to unpaid bills and eviction notices and tuition problems. How they couldn't understand what was happening, how we are family, and family sticks together. Noah started looking down the stairs, confused, so I picked him up and carried him to his room without saying a word. I didn't want him anywhere near what was about to happen. By the time I got back downstairs, the scene had already exploded. Emily wasn't holding back anymore. She tore into them in a way I'd never seen before, laying out every single thing I'd done for them over the years while they treated me like an afterthought. She didn't scream. She wasn't emotional. She was calm, cold, sharp. "You bled him dry for years," she said. "And you didn't even think he deserved a birthday call. You're not family, you're parasites." My mother tried to fake a cry. Olivia called Emily a manipulative slur. My dad tried to play peacemaker, telling me that Emily was poisoning me against my own blood and that I needed to get control of my household. That was when something inside me completely snapped. I looked at her and realized that I didn't feel guilty. I didn't feel sad. I just felt free. "Get out," I said. They stood there as if they didn't understand the words. I said it again, slower. "Out, out." Emily didn't move from the door until they were all out. Then she slammed it so hard the windows shook. And as I stood there in the silence that followed, I realized this was only the beginning. The next morning it started. First, it was a text message from my dad. Long paragraphs about how much they had sacrificed for me, how raising me wasn't easy, how they didn't deserve to be treated like strangers. Then my mom chimed in with a voicemail, half sobbing, half ranting about how Emily was turning me against them, how my wife was controlling me and how they were losing their son to some woman. Olivia's messages were shorter, just pure angry entitlement. "You're ruining my future. You owe me. I can't believe you let that gold digger brainwash you." I didn't answer any of them. Emily and I spent the morning taking Noah to the park. We got ice cream. We played on the swings. For the first time in years, I felt like a real family man, out of bank account in sneakers. But ignoring them didn't mean giving up. Not by a long shot. That night, while Emily was upstairs giving Noah a bath, they showed up again. This time, my dad didn't even knock. He just started banging on the door like a cop with a warrant. I opened it a crack to see the three of them standing there, angry and exhausted, like the holiday had finally worn off. "We need to talk," my dad said, opening the door wider. I didn't step back. "We already did," I said. My mom put on her broken bird act again, wiping at her dry eyes like she could barely hold it together. "We're a family. You're letting her drive a wedge between us." Emily came down the stairs just in time to hear. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. I leaned against the door frame and looked at her carefully, as if I were seeing her for the first time. "You know," I said, "it's funny. For years, I have paid your bills, paid for your mistakes, paid for everything Olivia needed, everything the two of you wanted, and you barely said thank you." They started to speak, but I cut them off. But the second I stop handing out money like an ATM, suddenly I'm brainwashed. Suddenly, Emily is the villain. "You didn't lose a son. You lost a wallet." My dad's face fell. He wasn't used to hearing me talk like this. "She makes you think we're the enemy. She's too comfortable, Thomas. She's overstepping. It's not right." Emily laughed under her breath. A short, sharp sound. I turned and looked at my wife, standing there calm and steady, and then back at her. "You think she's the problem? She's the reason I woke up. She's the reason I finally saw you for what you are." My mother started to protest, but I shook my head. "You went to Tahiti without me. You told the world that I was a clown and you thought I'd just what? Keep paying. Keep playing the fool." They had no answer. "You are no longer my responsibility," I said. "None of you are, and you don't get to decide who is family. You've already made that decision." I nodded toward the road. "Go." For a second, it looked like my dad was going to argue, like he was about to launch into one of his legendary guilt trip lectures. But something in my face must have told him it wasn't going to work this time. He turned. Olivia swore under her breath. My mother started to cry real tears this time, but no one cared. Emily shut the door behind them without a word. We didn't talk for a long time after that. We just sat on the couch listening to the quiet house around us, breathing like people who had finally escaped a burning building. For a few days, it was as if the world had stopped. No texts, no phone calls, no surprise visits, just silence. Emily and I didn't talk much about it. We didn't need to. There was this understanding between us now, something unspoken. We were through begging people to respect us. We were done funding people who thought they were better off without us. It would have been nice if that was the end of it. But people like that don't go away quietly. On the 5th day, I got a letter in the mail. No return address, just my name scribbled on the front. I opened it on the kitchen counter while Emily helped Noah with his homework in the living room. Inside was a single sheet of paper handwritten in my mother's neat, dramatic cursive. It was a full-page speech about forgiveness and blood ties and a mother's unconditional love. She begged me to come to my senses before it was too late to repair the damage. She even had the nerve to end it by asking if I could send Olivia a check for her next semester as a gesture of goodwill. I read it twice to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Emily saw my face and came over. I handed her the letter. She read it in silence, then tore it neatly in half and threw it in the trash without blinking. That night, Olivia tried her own version of an apology. She called me from a blocked number. When I picked up, she launched into a speech about how she was stressed out and didn't mean what she said. How she was under a lot of pressure and had made mistakes. How you're my big brother and we shouldn't let stupid stuff come between us. I let her talk. I waited for her to finish. Then I said, "You need to find another idiot to finance your life. I'm retired." She started crying and cursing at the same time. I hung up and blocked the number. 2 days later, my father showed up at my office. I knew he'd find me eventually. He came in like a man on a mission. All fake smiles and fatherly wisdom. He told me he understood why I was upset, but that a real man doesn't let a woman come between him and his blood. That was the moment I realized they really believed it. They really thought Emily was the puppet master, pulling my strings and turning me against them. I sat back in my chair and looked him dead in the eye. "You never lost me to Emily," I said. "You lost me all by yourself." He started to speak, but I cut him off. "You didn't raise a son. You raised a backup plan. And you didn't even bother to hide it." His face changed. For the first time in a long time, he looked old to me. Smaller, less dangerous. "You made your choice when you booked that flight. You made it again when you laughed about it on Facebook." He tried to say something about how families fight and families forgive. But I shook my head. Families also know when to stop taking advantage. I stood and pointed to the door. "This conversation is over." He didn't argue with me. He just gave me a long look like he didn't recognize me and walked out. When I got home that night, Emily was waiting for me. She must have seen something in my face because she didn't ask what had happened. She just took my hand and led me upstairs where Noah was already asleep. We sat in the dark listening to the soft breathing of the little boy who had no idea how much lighter our lives had just become. It was strange how quickly peace settled over the house once they were out of my life. For the first time in years, I didn't wake up to a crisis. No phone calls about a faulty transmission that had somehow become my problem. No emails from Olivia about needing another $1,000 for books she never bought. No emergency dental bills from my mother that seemed to magically appear every 6 months. Emily and I actually had time to sit down and think about what we wanted. We talked late into the night about moving someplace quieter, someplace bigger for Noah to grow up in, about finally taking that family trip to Europe that we kept putting off because, what if your parents need something? We had stopped living for them and were just beginning to figure out how to live for ourselves. But something in my gut told me it wasn't over. Not really. And sure enough, my lawyer called on a Tuesday afternoon. "They've been making inquiries," he said. "Your sister tried to call the college and say you agreed to keep paying. Your parents tried to say you had an oral contract to support them. I've sent warnings, but you should be prepared. They're desperate." It was almost funny. They couldn't believe the free ride was actually over. They had thought they were untouchable for so long. It never occurred to them that I could just stop. I didn't react. I didn't reach out. I let them stew in it until Saturday. That afternoon, Emily and I were in the backyard with Noah, working on a half-built treehouse. It was a perfect spring day, warm, clear, the kind of day that makes you believe everything can begin anew. Noah was handing me nails one by one as if he were my official foreman, when I heard the tires screeching out front. I didn't even have to look. I knew who it was. I told Noah to stay with his mom and went around the house. Sure enough, there they were. My mom, my dad, and Olivia standing in the driveway like they were getting ready for war. But this time, they didn't come empty-handed. Olivia had a skinny guy with her, late 20s maybe, with greasy hair and a clipboard in his hand. It looked like she picked him up at a rental lawyer stand at the mall. "This is my attorney," Olivia said, as if the words alone would frighten me. The guy cleared his throat and said he was here to serve me with a notice that I was in default of my familial obligations, and that if I didn't reconsider my financial responsibilities, they would take appropriate legal action. I stared at him for a long time. Then I laughed hard. Real, gut-wrenching laughter. "Good luck," I said, reaching into my back pocket. I handed him a thick envelope I had prepared just in case they pulled something like this. Inside was every payment I'd ever made. Receipts, bank transfers, email trails, even screenshots of my mother begging for help and me replying that it wasn't a loan. It was a gift. The kind of evidence that would turn any courtroom attempt into a public humiliation. I watched Olivia's face drain of color as her lawyer flipped through the pages and realized exactly how bad it looked for her. My dad tried to intervene, puffing up his chest and talking about how a real man doesn't abandon his family. Emily chose that moment to come around the corner, still holding Noah's hand. She smiled at my dad. "A real man knows when to take out the garbage." For a moment, I thought my dad might actually swing at me. He was shaking, red-faced, but he didn't. He turned, muttered something under his breath, and walked back to the car. My mom followed, but not before giving Emily a look like she was going to kill her. Olivia wasn't done, though. She tried one last time, her voice shrill, desperate. "You're going to throw away your real family for her? For some nobody?" I looked at her calmly. "You made yourself a nobody the day you decided I didn't matter unless I wrote checks." And then because I couldn't resist, I added, "Good luck finding someone else stupid enough to finance your addiction to designer handbags." Emily snorted. Olivia turned scarlet. Her lawyer began to back away to his car, as if realizing he had inadvertently joined the losing team. They pulled out of the driveway in a cloud of dust. Emily, Noah, and I walked back into the backyard as if nothing had happened. I hoisted Noah into the half-built treehouse and promised him we'd finish it before summer. As I hammered in the next board, I realized something. It didn't hurt anymore. I wasn't sad. I wasn't angry. I just didn't care. For the first time in my life, I wasn't carrying their weight. I was free. A month passed. No contact. No drama. It was almost eerie how quiet it stayed. I kept half expecting something. A last-minute guilt trip, a fake medical emergency, some new disaster they'd concocted to drag me back in. But nothing came. Emily and I signed papers for a new house 2 towns over. Bigger yard, better schools for Noah. No reminders of all the years I wasted being her safety net. Life was finally moving forward, clean and sharp, like a knife slicing through all the garbage we had left behind. I had almost begun to believe that the nightmare was over until the letter came. It wasn't from my parents. It wasn't from Olivia. It was from a lawyer, a real one, this time representing a financial institution I didn't recognize. Inside the envelope was a bombshell. My parents had taken out a massive personal loan 6 months ago, and they had listed me as a cosigner. Without my knowledge, without my signature. My stomach sank. I immediately called the attorney listed on the document. After a tense conversation, it became clear they had forged my signature on the paperwork. And now that they had defaulted on the loan, the bank was coming after me. I felt sick. After all this, they were still trying to bleed me dry. I got off the phone and sat there staring at the wall, feeling the old anger creep back in. Emily came into the room, saw my face, and sat down without asking anything. She just waited. When I finally told her, she didn't get angry. She didn't cry. She smiled. "Good," she said. "Now we bury her properly." She was right. I hired a forensic document examiner. I paid out of pocket to have the signatures analyzed. Less than a week later, the report came back. 100% forgery. With this evidence in hand, my attorney filed charges of fraud and forgery. Real charges, not civil ones, criminal ones. This was no longer about money. It was about principle. It was about making sure they couldn't ever do to me or anyone else what they had done. When the police showed up at their door, it wasn't a polite knock. It was a full search warrant. I heard later that Olivia cried hysterically as they led my father away in handcuffs. My mom passed out on the front lawn. It made the local news. Emily and I sat on the couch that night, eating popcorn and watching the report. It felt surreal. The story had spread through our town faster than I could have imagined. Respected community couple arrested for forging son's identity in $80,000 loan scandal. People who had once whispered about what a bad son I was suddenly didn't know where to look when they saw me. The fallout was swift and brutal. They lost their house. Olivia lost her place in college. Financial fraud doesn't mix well with student loans. They became exactly what they accused me of being. Nothing. The irony was almost too much to bear. A month later, after everything had settled down, I found a handwritten note taped to our new mailbox. It simply said, "We're sorry." No signature, no explanation. Emily and I burned it without even reading it twice. Noah finished his treehouse by the end of that summer. We put up a tire swing, started planning our trip to Europe for real this time. Sometimes, late at night, I think about it. About how quickly it all fell apart. About how loyalty and love and family only mean something if both sides believe in it. But mostly I think about how good it feels to finally live a life they can't touch. And how funny it is that the clown they were laughing at turned out to be the only one who knew the whole show was a joke. Update. We had been in the new house for about half a year. Life had settled into something good, peaceful, normal. I hardly thought about them anymore. Even Noah stopped asking why Grandma and Grandpa didn't visit. Then one morning, Emily got a letter in the mail. Handwritten, no return address. But this time it wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed to her. She read it slowly, her face unreadable the whole time. Then, without a word, she pushed it across the table. It was from Olivia. Apparently, she'd been thinking about everything. From jail, she'd gotten 6 months for her part in the fraud, probation, community service. Nothing that would make up for what she had done, but just enough to make it real. The letter wasn't asking for forgiveness. It offered a deal. She said our parents were up to something, a new scam. She said they were trying to pin the whole thing on her, cut her out and disappear, new IDs, quietly move to another state. She claimed to have proof, records, bank statements, phone backups, and she was willing to turn them over, but only to Emily, not to me. The last line of the letter stayed with me. "I've realized something. You married the wrong person, but he married the right one." Emily read this part twice. Then she folded the letter neatly, put it in a drawer and said, "She wants attention. Let her rot in silence." I agreed. But a week later, Emily quietly sent it to my lawyer, just in case. Now on to the next story. Story 9. My dad quickly kicked me out after I renovated in their house. "Your sister will live here," my dad said. So, I left and didn't say anything, and when they found out 48 hours later that I should have known better. Looking back, it was obvious my parents had always been the type to take without giving back, to act as if generosity was a favor rather than a responsibility. But I ignored it because, at the time, I still believed that family was supposed to help each other. When I hit a rough patch financially, I didn't immediately panic. My contract job had ended suddenly, and although I had savings, they wouldn't last forever. Rent, bills, and everything else were piling up, and I needed a way to stay afloat. Moving back in with my parents seemed like the best option, at least for a few months. They had the space, and when I brought it up, they agreed without hesitation. But there was a catch. The house needed work. My dad made it sound like a perfect deal. If I helped fix the place up, I could stay rent-free. I had some renovation experience, and the bedroom I was to move into was in serious need of repair. The walls were cracked, the carpet was old and stained, the door was broken, and the entire hallway leading to the room was a disaster. My dad pitched it as if I was doing me a favor. "You get to stay here and we'll finally make this house look decent. Everybody wins." So I agreed. I worked non-stop for almost 2 months. Mornings started early, and most nights I was up late, covered in dust and paint, sore from kneeling on hardwood floors. I ripped up the old carpet and installed laminate flooring. I filled cracks, painted the walls, replaced the broken door, and built shelves into the walls for storage. The hallway needed more work. Replacing light fixtures, fixing creaky floorboards, repainting, and patching some of the ceiling where the plaster had begun to peel. At first, I used whatever materials were lying around, but it soon became clear that if I wanted to do the job right, I would have to buy most of the supplies myself. My parents never offered to pay for it, and I didn't push them. I told myself it didn't matter because I was investing in my own space. So, over time, I spent $3,700 on materials. Flooring, paint, wood, tools, everything. I never tracked it too closely because, in my mind, it was worth it. I thought I was building something for myself. I should have known better. The day I finally finished, my dad pulled me aside. My mom was standing next to him with that blank expression she always had when she was about to back up whatever nonsense he was about to say. I assumed they were going to thank me, maybe acknowledge the work I'd put in. Instead, my dad just came right out and said it. "We've decided that your sister is going to live here." I was waiting for some kind of explanation, a joke, anything that would make sense, but they were serious. I looked at my mom and she nodded like it was the most logical thing in the world. I laughed, but they didn't. "What do you mean?" "We talked about it and it makes more sense. She needs the space more than you do," my dad said. My sister? The same sister who already had a perfectly good apartment with her boyfriend? The same sister who hadn't been around for months, who hadn't lifted a finger to help with the renovations. I asked when they had made this decision. My dad shrugged. "We've been thinking about it for a while. It's nothing personal." Not personal, right? I looked at the room I had put almost 2 months of work into, the room I had spent nearly $4,000 on. The thought of fighting them crossed my mind, telling them they were being selfish, demanding they at least pay me back for the materials, but I knew them. Arguing would be pointless. They had already made up their minds, so I didn't say a word. I just turned around and started packing what little I had. I had slept in the living room during the renovation, expecting to move into the finished room when it was finished, but now I wasn't welcome. I could tell they expected me to fight. Maybe they wanted me to, maybe they thought I'd beg them to reconsider. But I wasn't going to give them that satisfaction. I left without another word. What they didn't know was that in 48 hours, they would regret it all. When I left, I had no plan, no backup, just my truck, a few bags, and a heavy realization that I had spent almost 2 months of my life working for people who had no problem kicking me out the second it suited them. But I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just walked away. I drove for hours with no destination, replaying everything in my head. The sweat, the exhaustion, the money I had spent. $3,700 gone just like that. My parents never even acknowledged it. They watched me pour my time and savings into their house and acted like it was nothing. That night, I parked outside a 24-hour gas station and slept in my truck. It was cramped and uncomfortable, but it was mine. That was more than I could say for the house I had just left behind. The next morning, I knew I had to come up with something. My savings were low and I didn't want to waste what little I had on a motel. I started reaching out to people to see if anyone had a couch I could crash on. Most of my friends lived too far away or had their own stuff going on. But then I remembered Mike, an old coworker I used to be close with. I called him up, explained the situation without too many details, and he didn't even hesitate. "Dude, come over. Stay as long as you need to." So, I drove over to Mike's house about an hour away. The second I walked in, he handed me a beer and didn't ask any questions. That was exactly what I needed. Then, 48 hours after I left, everything changed. My phone started blowing up, missed calls from my dad, texts from my mom. Even my sister, who rarely texted me, had sent multiple messages. I ignored them at first, let them sit, but the more notifications I got, the more curious I became. Then my cousin Sarah texted me, "Dude, what did you do? Your parents are freaking out." I frowned and replied, "What are you talking about?" Her answer came almost immediately. "They won't tell me, but they're losing their minds. My mom said your dad is talking about getting lawyers involved." WTF. That made me pause. Lawyers? What the hell were they talking about? Then I saw another message from my dad. "You better fix this now. I stared down at my phone, completely confused. I hadn't done anything. I had left without a word. I hadn't touched their house. I hadn't done any damage. I had left and that was it. So why were they panicking? I leaned back in Mike's chair and thought about it, and then slowly it hit me. It wasn't what I had done, it was what I had taken. And the moment they realized what was missing, they knew they had fooled themselves. I ignored their messages for hours, let them sit in whatever mess they had created for themselves. But the texts kept coming, and soon my sister started calling too. That was unusual. She barely ever reached out, even when things were normal. I let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to know exactly what was going on. Instead of calling her back, I texted Sarah, "Okay, tell me what's happening." She responded almost instantly, "Your sister showed up to move in and lost it. Your dad is pissed. Mom's crying. Everyone's freaking out." I smirked. Good. I knew my sister well enough to picture the scene. She probably showed up with her boyfriend expecting a perfectly finished bedroom, only to realize she had walked into a disaster. And the best part? I hadn't done a thing. I had left the house exactly as it was. The floors were installed, the shelves were built, the lights were working. Everything was done just as I had planned. So what went wrong? I texted Sarah again. "What's the problem?" Her response made me laugh out loud. "Apparently, the house stinks." I blinked. "What?" "Yeah, your sister said there's this horrible smell in the bedroom and hallway, like something died in there. She freaked out and refused to move in." Now, that was unexpected. I frowned, thinking back. I had done all the work myself. There was no way I had left anything behind that could cause a smell like that. But then something clicked. The flooring, the hallway, and bedroom had water damage before I started renovations. That's why I had to rip out the old carpet. Underneath, the subfloor had been damp and slightly rotted in some places. I told my dad we needed to replace it completely, but he refused, said it was too expensive, and told me to just lay the new flooring over it. I argued, but in the end I did what he wanted. Now, 48 hours later, after being sealed under laminate flooring, that moisture was probably turning into full-blown mold, and it was coming through. I grinned. They did this to themselves. If they had let me do things the right way, there wouldn't be a problem, but they cut corners like they always did, and now the smell of rot was seeping through their brand new renovations. Sarah texted again. "Your dad's calling contractors to figure out what's wrong, but they said they might have to rip everything out. He's saying you ruined the house." I couldn't stop laughing. The man who kicked me out after using me for free labor, the man who let me pour $3,700 of my own money into his house and then turned around and gave the room to my sister, was now facing thousands of dollars in repairs. And the best part? I didn't owe him a single cent. I sat back, sipping my beer, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. For once, I didn't have to do anything to get even. They had screwed themselves over completely. By the next morning, the texts from my mom had taken a dramatic turn. Gone was the usual guilt-tripping and passive-aggressive nonsense. Now she was begging, "Jonathan, please, we really need your help. We didn't realize how bad the damage was. Your dad is overwhelmed. If you could just come back and help finish things, we would really appreciate it." I wasn't stupid. I knew exactly what was happening. My sister had refused to move in, the smell was getting worse, and now suddenly they needed me again. I ignored them for a few hours, but then my sister called. I picked up, mostly out of curiosity. "Jonathan, listen," she said immediately. "I know you're mad, but this is serious. The house is basically unlivable. There's mold or something under the floors. I can't move in until it's fixed." I almost laughed. "Not my problem." She sighed. "Dad's willing to work something out with you. Can you just come look at it? Work something out, right? Like how he had worked something out before, by kicking me out the second I was done." I wasn't planning on going back, but something about the way she said it made me curious. I wanted to see it, to stand there and watch them struggle with the mess they had made. So I told her, "Fine, I'll come by, but I'm not promising anything." A couple of hours later, I pulled into the driveway. My dad was already outside, pacing back and forth with his hands on his hips. The second he saw me, He waved me over like nothing had ever happened. "Jonathan, good to see you," he said, forcing a smile. "Come take a look." I stepped inside and immediately I smelled it. It was even worse than I imagined. A thick, musty stench filled the hallway, like rotting wood mixed with mildew. The air felt heavy, damp. My sister stood in the doorway to the bedroom, arms crossed, looking miserable. "I can't live here," she muttered. "It smells disgusting." I stepped farther in, pretending to examine the flooring. I didn't need to, though. I already knew exactly what was wrong. The moisture trapped under the new floors had turned into a full-blown mold infestation. To fix it, they'd have to rip everything out. The flooring I installed, gone. The hallway repairs, gone. The shelves, useless. It wasn't just a small fix anymore. It was a full-scale renovation all over again. My dad cleared his throat. "So, here's what we're thinking," he started. "You come back, help us tear this up, redo it properly, and this time—" He smiled as if this was some kind of generous offer. "We won't kick you out. You can stay as long as you need." I actually laughed, a real, full-bodied laugh. This man, who had used me for free labor, kicked me out without a second thought, and let me waste my own money fixing up his house, was now standing here acting like he was doing me a favor by letting me stay in the home I literally rebuilt. I shook my head. "No." His smile faltered. "What?" "No," I repeated. "I'm not fixing this." His face turned red. "Jonathan, be reasonable. This is your family. We all need to support each other." I just smirked. "That's funny. You didn't feel that way 2 days ago." My sister looked away, my mom shifted uncomfortably, but my dad, he was still trying to keep control. "We made a mistake. We should have handled things differently. But what's done is done. Are you really going to let your family struggle when you can help?" "Yes," I said simply. I turned around and walked straight out the door. No yelling, no arguing, no drawn-out fight. Just no. And damn, it felt good. I walked out of that house with a grin on my face, got in my truck, and drove off without looking back. I expected that to be the end of it. I had made my decision and there was nothing left to say. But my family, they weren't done. I had barely been back at Mike's place for an hour when my phone started blowing up again. I ignored the first few calls, but then Mike, who had been scrolling on his phone, suddenly laughed. "Dude," he said, holding up his screen, "your mom just posted on Facebook." I frowned. "What?" He turned the screen toward me, and there it was. A long, dramatic post from my mom talking about how her ungrateful son had abandoned his family in their time of need. She didn't name me directly, but it was obvious who she was talking about. She wrote about how they took me in when I had nowhere else to go and gave me food and shelter, only for me to turn my back on my own family when they needed me the most. She made it sound like I had refused to help out of pure spite, completely skipping over the part where they kicked me out after using me for free labor. The comment section was full of people eating it up. "That's awful. Families should always come first. Kids these days have no respect for their parents. I can't believe he would do that to you." Mike scrolled down. "Oh, here's the best one. Your aunt saying, 'Don't worry, sis. I'll have a talk with him.'" I sighed. Fantastic. It didn't take long for the texts from relatives to start rolling in. My aunt messaged, "Jonathan, how could you do this to your parents after all they've done for you?" My uncle added, "I don't know what's going on, but whatever it is, just fix it. They're your parents." Even my grandma, who barely knew how to text, sent a shaky, "Why you do this?" I was about to put my phone on silent when Sarah called. I picked up. "Let me guess, you saw the post?" She sighed. "Yeah, and it's worse than you think." "How so?" "They're telling people you stole from them." I almost dropped my phone. "What?" "They're saying you left in the middle of renovations and took important materials with you, like screws, tools, whatever. That's why the house is falling apart." I laughed out loud. "They do realize I didn't take a damn thing, right?" "I know," she said. "But that's not the point. They're trying to make you look like the bad guy and people are eating it up." I shook my head, completely floored. I expected them to be pissed, I expected some guilt-tripping, but straight-up lying? That was a new low even for them. Mike leaned back. "So, what are you going to do?" I thought about it for a second, then smiled. Nothing. Sarah was silent for a beat. Seriously? Yep, I said. They want me to react, they want to fight. Not going to give it to them. Mike grinned. Damn, that's cold. I like it. Sarah sighed. Well, good luck. But, don't be surprised if they try something else. She wasn't wrong, because less than 24 hours later, my dad showed up at my job. The next day, I was at work trying to move on with my life when I looked up and saw my dad standing in the lobby. I almost laughed. Of course he showed up. I worked at a warehouse managing inventory. It wasn't a fancy job, but it paid the bills, and most importantly, it was mine. A place where they had no control over me. I sighed and walked over. What are you doing here? My dad crossed his arms. We need to talk. I could already see it in his face. He wasn't here to apologize. He was here to lecture me, to pressure me, to act like he still had some kind of authority over me. I didn't even let him start. Save it, I said. I'm not coming back. I'm not fixing anything. I'm done. His jaw tightened. Jonathan, you're being unreasonable. Your mother is sick over this. She hasn't slept since you left. I scoffed. She slept just fine after kicking me out. Funny how that works. She just wants her family back together, he continued, ignoring me. We all do, but you've put us in an impossible situation. Do you really think this is fair? I stared at him. Fair? Let's talk about fair, I said. Fair would have been letting me move into the room I renovated. Fair would have been respecting the work I did instead of throwing me out the second I was done. Fair would have been not lying about me online, making me look like some ungrateful thief. His face darkened. We only did that because you forced our hand. I laughed. You forced your own hand. I didn't do anything. You screwed yourselves over and now you're looking for someone to blame. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Look, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to fix this. Let's just come up with a solution. There is no solution, I said. You made your choice. Now I'm making mine. His expression shifted. He knew. He could see it in my face. I wasn't budging. Jonathan, he said, lowering his voice, trying one last time. We're still your family. No, I said. You're just people I used to know. He opened his mouth, but I was already walking away. That was it. No yelling, no drawn-out fight, just done. A week later, I blocked all of them, changed my number, and moved to a new apartment. Sarah kept me updated for a while, telling me how my parents were playing the victims to everyone who would listen. My dad told the family I had turned my back on them for no reason. My mom cried to relatives about how she didn't know what went wrong. But after a while, I told Sarah to stop updating me. I didn't care anymore. I had spent years bending over backward for people who would never do the same for me, and for the first time in my life I was free. No more guilt, no more obligations, no more family who only saw me as a tool. And you know what? Felt amazing. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.